everyone. Welcome out to KoJack's Live here in Midland, Texas. We've got some 1-2 action going. Or sorry, excuse me. We've got some 5 on the button action going. And it is live streamed from KoJack's in Midland. We're joining in on the bomb pot. They just got started. This is going to be the first hand of the action. And now that we've got that correct, as it moves around, we'll have the cards popping up here in just a few minutes. But hope everybody's having a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Temperature's cool, gives you all the reason in the world to get out and play some poker. We've got 2 tables already up and running, both 5 on the button tables. We've got a list, 1-2 no limit hold'em, getting ready to go. And it's going to be a blast here at KoJack's in Midland, Texas today. Texas already dominated, and that's what we're all about here. We love some Texas football. We love college football. We love the Cowboys, even though the Cowboys don't like us this year. But we do love the Cowboys, and unfortunately for us this year, they got some work to do. But let's check out that Texas score, 49-17. So quick rundown as we're getting ready to go here. Quick rundown of the top 25. Army's leading North Texas, and the Georgia and Ole Miss game. The first quarter's almost over. Ole Miss is beaten up on number 16. Ole Miss is beaten up on number 3 Georgia, 10-7. We say beaten up. It's just a field goal difference. A lot of game left, and the depth on Georgia's bench means that it's not going to stay that way for long. Indiana on top of Michigan, number 8. Iowa 17, losing to unranked Kansas. Number 23 Clemson losing to Virginia Tech. Number 20, Colorado losing to them guns up Red Raiders. Number 2, Ohio just completely dominated Purdue 45-0. Number 4, Miami lost to Georgia Tech unranked 28-3. And then a couple of big games. 6:30 p.m. tonight if you're watching TV. Number 11, Alabama takes on number 15, LSU in the battle for the playoffs. Both teams 6-2. Notre Dame plays tonight. Mississippi State plays number 7, Tennessee. Number 24, Missouri plays Oklahoma. Oklahoma's had a tough year this year. Penn State still to go. So we've got 10 other games that are getting ready to kick off. But as those are getting ready to kick off, we want to show you what's kicking off tomorrow. Tomorrow, we've got the Bounty Tournament back in action. It is at 3 p.m. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you're watching, there is an early bird. If you're registered by the before the end of level 1, you're going to have 10,000 early bird chips. That's a bonus to the people who do show up on time. And trust me, you're going to want to definitely be part of that. Every player you knock out, it's $200 entry. Every player that you KO, knock out of the tournament, Dana White style, you're going to earn $50 per person. That goes into your stack. Knock out 4 players, and you're free rolling that tournament. Knock out 19 players like Miss Joni did a little while back, and you're going to be a big, big payday. But for everybody, there is $3,000 guaranteed in this tournament. And it's going to be rolling at 3 p.m. Sunday, November the 10th at KoJack's. Don't forget, next Sunday, the Deep Stack is back. It's rolling, and it's ready to go. So if you're looking for some poker, KoJack's has it all. So as we get back to the game, both boards, King, Queen, Jack, King, Queen, 8. As we see the cards start to come across. Look around, see what Natural's got. King 10 in his hand. Ooh, there is a straight for anyone holding ace face. So that's a straight for Paul. That's the only straight. Wow, Ian's got the other 3 aces in his hand. So it's going to make it pretty impossible for anybody to have the ace high Broadway straight. So this is a double board palm pot, $90 in the center. I do suspect when it gets around to Paul, he will pot it up, and that's just precisely what he did. And Duplantis does jump along for the ride. King 8-8. He flops a set of 8s on the bottom board. They're flipped right here, but it's going to be on the bottom board. Peeking around. I see who's got clubs. Kenny's got clubs. Jack high. That's second nut on that board. Third nut on that, or second nut on the board with the king of clubs already gone. He's going to go ahead and let that go. So we are now heads up action. $270 in the first pot of the night. Queen on the river and 4 of spades on the river. So Paul with his Queen Jack is playing a boat on that bottom board and Broadway Ace Jack on the top board. And look at this. He bets, looks like $270. He bets the pot. Duplantis is kind of in trouble there. He does have the set of 8s. He's not beaten a flush, so I think he's going to let this go. And that's what he's running through his head. He's looking through his options, seeing what he's able to do on that, what he can beat. He knows he's got nothing on that bottom board except for King 8. He's playing 2 pair kings and 8s. I think he'll probably let this go. But he has been on a super heater. And look at this. We got a Tennessee hat sitting in seat number 7. Duplantis, LSU Tiger sitting in seat number 8. And Duplantis does call. Paul flips over ace, queen, jack. Shows nut on both board. And Duplantis, I don't even think he's going to show his cards. He was calling for half of that board. And he unfortunately did not get it. And just like that, cards go into the muck, and Duplantis is going to reload back up to $800. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the absolute first hand of the night at KoJack's Live. We say the night, the afternoon, but as you know, with the time change, it does get dark a whole lot earlier. So we now have a waiting list started for a 3rd game at KoJack's. If you're ready to play some poker, it is live and inside. So let's run around the table and see who we got. Sitting in seat number 1, we got Mr. Michael Moyer. Started with $820. There was another table running outside, so they were able to bring a few more chips onto this table. Seat number 2, Ian Bowling. Started with 500. Jack the Natural, as everybody knows him, started 800. Mr. Kenny, 800. Paul started with 500, and he's already up mammothly after that hand, $440 plus. Mr. Tyler sitting in seat number 7, $855. Started with 865. Mr. Duplantis started with 800. He is down a few, but we'll get his chip stack corrected here in a minute. Then we got Coach sitting in seat number 9. And over in seat number 10, Mr. Jeff Barger started with 500. So now we're going to flip on around to some Hold'em action. And once again, if you're not familiar where we are KoJack's Live in Midland, Texas, KoJack's Poker Club. One of the few legal poker clubs out here in West Texas. You've got us in Midland, Texas. You've got our sister club, Celebrity Card Club, over in Odessa, Texas. You've also got the River League setting in San Angelo, Texas. So we got 3 clubs out here in the Permian Basin bringing you the best of tournament poker and cash game pokers, as you can see here. Quick hand just moves on around. We'll take a quick look at the chip stacks to see where we're at. But you're going to see some big VPIPs today. You're going to see some VPIPs up in the 80s. But this is the current chip count where we stand from biggest to smallest. Mr. Paul, after that win on that double board bomb pot, he does pull in $940 now, $440 profit. Mr. Duplantis was on the opposite end of that. He's only got 430 chips left, although he has topped himself up, and the graphic will correct in just a second, to the 800. Moving on around to hand number 3. Enjoying a beautiful Bob's Better Burger pineapple milkshake brought to us by one of the players. Can't say enough good things about every one of our members. You guys and gals, y'all are what make our poker club the best in the West, and actually one of the best in Texas. Believe it or not, we were one of the first 2 poker clubs to open up in the state of Texas, legal poker clubs. You had Post Oak, us, and then Prime opened up in Houston. And I don't think those 2 clubs are still rolling the same way they were. I know Post Oaks is now closed. Prime just switched under new management. So we are still rocking and rolling, bringing you poker. And our players are what brings everything out here. And look at this. Queen 10 versus Queen Jack. Jeff is 17%. That turn card of the ace put a few more outs out. He had a king or a jack. Does not hit either one of them. $240 in the pot. Duplantis has the check mark with a pair of jacks, and Jeff says, I'm going to bet it. I don't think Duplantis goes anywhere. He didn't believe he had an ace on the flop. And look at this. He is going to make the call. And Jeff said, you caught me. I got queen high. And Duplantis says, I got queen 10. Had him edged by the 10, and Mr. Barger does know that that was unfortunately just enough to scoop the pot in the direction of Mr. Duplantis. So while we're on the topic here, I just got a text message from my wife. While we're on this topic, it is November the 9th. Guess what happens in what is 25 plus 21, 46 days. Christmas is here. If you've not begun your Christmas shopping, husbands, you better get on the ball because you're going to have some upset wives if you wait for the end of it. So today might be the day to come out, win a little extra cash, go fill up the Christmas tree, get them Christmas lights up. Let's Clark Griswold it and get everything ready for the holidays. So if you're in the chat, we got a bunch of people in the chat. I got a question for you. How early do you put up your Christmas lights? I want to know because I'm pretty sure my wife is watching, and you're going to settle an argument for us. How early do you put your Christmas lights up? I want to see this in the chat, please. Moving around to hand number 4 while everybody's quickly typing. Jeff's going to look down again. He's got Queen Jack. This time it's a little better suited. And Paul does make the $30 call. He's got King 4. Flop comes out Ace 8 Deuce. Jeff's going to be first to act. Let's see if he c-bets this. Watching from North Korea, Mr. Basil joining in. He's still here. He must be using that VPN. We're about to have a pretty decent-sized pot here, though. 145 in, 4 players pre-flop. Here we go to the action at KoJack's. Flop comes out 4 of hearts, 10 of hearts, jack of spades. Jack 10-4. Natural picking up middle pair. Duplantis picking up top player. However, the natural says spike goes the weasel. I'm going to take a master grip on this. However, Kenny does have the up and down. Jeff does have the gut shot. Ooh, this is going to be interesting action. Duplantis dead to a jack. Jack does say we're going to throw a little 70 into this 140. Duplantis does make the call. He's got top pair. Maybe making it look like a play for the end with if he's got hearts or spades. So we're now going to be heads up. Jack versus Mr. Duplantis. Jack looking for, Duplantis looking for the only 9 left in the deck. If, I don't remember who just had that queen, king, queen. They just let go of the winner. And now Jack's got the check mark. It goes check, check, and Jack pulls in another pot. You know, if Jack's money's going in that pot, you better be wary of what he's got. He doesn't like to give away that cash. That's his hard-earned coffee money that he's playing there. So each $5 chip you take for him, that means he's not going to get to drink a cup of coffee tomorrow morning. So once again, if you're joining us, type in the chat. Let me know when you put up your Christmas lights, because I have a part 2 to this question. And we're gonna get it in a little more talk, little Charlie talk on part 2 of that question. So 2 questions for you right now. When do you put up your Christmas tree and Christmas lights? And then where are you watching from? We know Basil's VPN and over from North Korea trying to earn that annual membership. Moving around to hand number 6. Coach looks down. Jack deuce. That's going to... Oh, does he make that call? Action's moving around pretty quick. So I would like, going back to the question that I asked earlier, I would like to put up the Christmas lights right now. Now, my wife thinks that it's closer watching from Zimbabwe. That's what I'm talking about, baby. So what's the chances you're actually watching from Zimbabwe? I mean, you could be. Proof. Prove it. Picture or there's no proof. If you truly are in Zimbabwe, that is awesome. I appreciate you joining in today, joining our little poker stream out here in West Texas. I wish you had a screen name besides user 3501 so I could call you by name. I'm Charlie. Welcome into KoJack's, and we appreciate you tuning in to enjoy some action. So I would like to put up the Christmas lights directly after Halloween. First day of November, I think they need to go up. Get in that Christmas spirit. That way when Santa Claus is flying around looking who's naughty and nice. Oh, that's Vince. Okay, so Vince is definitely not watching from Zimbabwe. Vince, when do you put up your Christmas lights, or when do you think people should put up their Christmas lights? I would like to put them up 1st of November. That way, when Santa Claus is flying around looking for the naughty and nice, he sees me trying to bribe him. Sees me trying to bribe him. Hey, don't forget, if you're tuned in every Monday night at KoJack's, we've got the 2000 GTD guaranteed free roll coming to you live from Midland, Texas. $2,000 guaranteed to be in the pot. First stack is on KoJack's, but look right there in the middle. It says now including bomb pots. So on every level change, we throw up a double board bomb pot. All right, hey, Vince, massive, I think it should be November. Massive props to your mama for putting them up in November or October. We've got a lot of people that would fight with that, because I know even Miss Carrie, she is huge on Halloween. Halloween's her Christmas. So you can't interfere with October. You got to let Michael Myers, Jason, Scareface. What is his name? Scary Face. What is? No. Scream. What is Ghostface? You can't let Ghostface not have his day. So I think it should be right after he goes back to the grave. And I agree with you. I think November is correct. So don't forget, coming up Monday, 2,000 guaranteed in the pot. Free roll tournament with double board bomb pots on every. Thank you, Basil. That's what I was looking for. Scary Face, Ghost Face, something along the lines of that. But every single level change, we do have a double board bomb pot. Miss Whitney washing up the chips. Let's check and see where we stand on the win-loss column. We've got 5-6 players that are down in the hole right now. We've got a few players. Let me get that back up. It skipped that graphic, but let me get it up real fast for you. Let you know where everybody is standing. Well, I guess we'll have to do it right after this hand. It'll probably pop up and then disappear. Ghostface. So, Basil, who is your favorite Halloween I guess murderer. I guess that's the best way to ask that. So, who is your favorite Ghostface, Michael Myers, Leatherface, Jason? Who is your favorite superstar Halloween athlete? That's the question of the day. So we did lose the graphics for about 5 minutes. We had a little internet spike, and graphics are off. They will be back in about 7 minutes. So just play along. Let's play. I think I know what they're playing. We almost got to see Moyer's cards right there. So this is a very juicy pot. Looks like about $300 in the middle. Duplantis and Barger and Moyer going to be heads up. Moyer throws out $100. Jason, the OG of Halloween. Whitney, who's your favorite Halloween superstar? What's that?
The dude with the fingers.
Freddy Krueger. She said the dude with the fingers. Are you talking about Edward Scissorhands or Freddy Krueger?
They're both good.
Oh, Edward Scissorhands is a pansy.
He's hotter.
He's hotter only because he's Johnny Depp and he doesn't have a burned face. So Jason's the OG. That's one vote for Jason out of Basil. Whitney's got Freddy Krueger. And Duplantis throws out $200, and he pulls in a beautiful size pot. And setting, he is, wow, he went from down, if it, we have that graphic spike, but if he went from down $400, Mr. Duplantis is now plus 65. So $65 on the plus side. As that next card goes around, do not forget, we've got we're flipping tournaments. Every Sunday this month, we're flipping tournaments. This week, it's going to be the bounty. So on November the 10th, which is tomorrow, and November the 24th, we've got $3,000 guaranteed in the bounty tournament. And yes, Anthony, we do got cash games. We got about to be 3 cash games running, 5 on the button, and we're right on the cusp of opening up a 1-2. We also have a third list building for 5 on the button. So it is going to be an insane day, Anthony. It's time to get your butt into KoJack's, get your butt in the seat, and then walk out with a stack of cash, because what we're talking about Christmas. 46 days till Christmas. You got to start building that little. Usually you're building a bankroll for poker, but men, it's time to take care of the ladies and build a bankroll for their Christmas presents. So don't forget, this Sunday, the bounty tournament, $3,000 guaranteed, 3 p.m. early bird chip if you're registered before the end of level 1. Next Sunday, at 3 p.m., $3,000 guaranteed deep stack tournament, $240 entry. That starts you with 30,000 chips, a $20 instant add-on bonus gets you 10,000 more. Now, don't forget, on the Sunday tournaments, if you're here registered before the end of level 1, you get 10,000 additional chips. You're going to want to be here on time and early. And if you're hungry and you get here fast, Miss McKenzie is taking orders for Ray's Bistro. If you hadn't had that, that's some of I would say the second best. It's a fight for the second best. It's a tie for second. First is going to be Carmine's Restaurant. Second is going to be a tie between Ray's and the Italian Village. Both those places are phenomenal. Our players like to visit that a lot. But the thing about Ray's is they got those fire brick oven pizzas, and they are spectacular. So if you haul buns up here, Miss Apple, I call her Apple McIntosh, she is taking orders, and I do believe I would like a medium sausage and pepperoni pizza, light sauce, extra cheese. Oh, yeah. So if you're sitting at home, you want to come commentate with me, I'd love to have you in the booth. First person that shows up and say, I'm your man slash woman, you're jumping in the booth with me and you get to share a slice of my sausage and pepperoni pizza with light sauce. That's right. I don't like a whole lot of marinara. And look at this. We got a straddle to 10, straddle to 20, straddle to 40. I call her mac. Basil calls you mac and cheese? Yeah. Yes, he does. He just said he did. You want to come say hi to everybody? All right, spin on around here. Here, spin this up. Oop, let me break it real quick and hand it to you. And we're going to flip the cameras around. We're going to come over here, and we're going to go to commentator view right there. And there is Miss Mac and Cheese right there, Mr. Basil. We'll get her in the screen, trying to get that camera up. So she is going to Ray's Bistro. Hey, do y'all like the way we got the new TV up there? Well, you can't see my arm on that side, but we got the new TV up, making some minor changes in here. But Miss Mac and Cheese is joining us, and you see Mr. Aiden back there. You can almost see him. We can get you a better view of him right there. There is Mr. Aiden sitting there, and what you see on that other TV is live right now. There's no cards on the screen, so you won't be able to see what it is. That's where we type in the action, and then it flips over to the version that you see right there. So Miss Mackenzie actually started out dealing today, and then she said, I'm hungry. I don't want to deal anymore. Let me go get some food. So she begged for Ray's Italian, so now she's on it. You begged for it, huh?
Hi, Basil.
Ah, beautiful as always. Basil, that's super
Spelled
nice.
it.
Yes, he spelt it wrong.
I'll take it.
All right.
She got it.
She sure got a pretty mouth. Basil's always watching from North Korea. If you
Korea.
scroll up there and see where he is, he's always sneaking in from North Korea. We've got a free annual membership going to any player that watches us from North Korea. Basil tries to VPN from over there and tell us
I
that
see.
he's watching it, but he's always here local. Robert Hernandez, what's going on? I see you in the chat. Don't see what you're chatting, but oh, there he goes. I said, I see you in the chat, but I don't see what you're chatting. Oh, but yeah. So if you're heading out today, so we're doing Ray's Italian for lunch.
Raised Italian for lunch, and then surprise for dinner.
Surprise for dinner.
Yeah.
What does that mean? You don't know
Have
yet.
to wait and
You,
see.
you don't know yet, do
I
you?
don't know yet.
So we'll probably be doing 2 dinners, and by that time we'll probably have 4, maybe 5 cash tables running. So she will be running her pants off and making sure everybody's taken care of tonight. Thank you for everything you do for us.
No, thank you. Y'all come see me tonight.
Absolutely. So that's Miss Mackenzie. You got to make up your own nickname. Basil already stole mac and cheese. I still Macintosh Apple. What do you prefer to go by nickname?
Nickname-wise, I mean, it's Mac Daddy, Mac Attack.
Mac Daddy, Mac
Mac and
Attack.
cheese.
Mac and cheese.
MacBook's pretty good, though. Can't
MacBook.
Really top it.
Hey, that's mine. Nobody else can steal that.
That's fine.
Well, thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
So that's Miss Mackenzie. So here we go. We're going to another little double board bomb pot. Miss MacBook joining us, and now she's leaving us. Did you get my pizza? Yes. All right.
Pizza, sausage, pepperoni, light sauce.
Extra cheese, please. Yes. Extra cheese, please. So on the top board, 9, 10, 9. Bottom board, I didn't get to see it quite fast enough. First player to say hook 'em wins a buy into the bounty right tonight. I like that, Francisco. Nah, you don't win a bounty. I mean, a buy into the bounty, but if you're here before the end of level 1, I will give you 10,000 extra chips because tomorrow we're doing an early bird. If you're registered before the end of level 1, that's 10,000 free chips that's going to be tossed in your stack. Excuse me. Do have a bit of a cold. So we got 9 Jack, 9 10, bottom board 3 Ace, 5 6. And we will have the graphics in just about 3 or 4 minutes. Basil, this is 5 on the button, no limit hold'em, and you're dang correct. Hook'em horns. Horns are now 8-1, getting ready for the playoffs. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a massive pot building here. Paul throws out $320, bets the pot. Once again, it's between him and Mr. Duplantis. And this time Duplantis does let it go. Action moves around to Mr. Ian. Spreading his cards out, seeing if they change a little bit. Those are going to go into the muck. Very nice and neat. And Jeff is all in. Jack folds, Kenny folds, and he flips over ace, king, 6-4, jack, 8-3, deuce. So 3 jacks on the top is going to chop it up. Oh, this is 5 on the button, no limit hold'em, Basil. We got 5 on the button running out in the room. Let me check the list right here. And as we were talking earlier, do not forget, Christmas is right around the corner. So if you have not started Christmas shopping, now is the time to start Christmas shopping, getting ready for Santa Claus to come to town. You want to make sure that all your loved ones know that you care about them. I'm not saying gifts shows you that you care about them, but you want to make sure, especially if you have little ones, that they have a good old-fashioned holiday. I remember some of my best memories from when I was little was the G.I. Joes and Hot Wheels. Those were my favorite toys that my mom and dad bought me. I hope that early Christmas wishes, but I hope that everyone out here in KoJack's Live today is getting set up for a beautiful Christmas. With the election over, we've got all kinds of fun stuff to look forward to. So, once again, if you do want to come out and join me on the live stream, I got 2 mics. I would love to have a co-host tonight. I would love to have a co-host. We're going to be running a little longer live stream than normal, give you something to tune in and watch from. Hook'em horns is the way it is today. Moyer throws out $40. Ian does make the call. Ace 10, excuse me. Ace 10, 5, queen on the board, and that does not slow Moyer down. He grabs a little bit more. So it does look to be 140 or 120. I can't tell exactly which way. We'll have the graphics up in just one quick second, working diligently in the background to get it going. And Ian's special card protector pulls up, mucks his cards, and Moyer pulls in a win. There we go. Look at that. Well, we had them. Now we got them. Now we don't. And ready, set, go. We're going to have them from here on out, unless Aiden doesn't like us and clicks the button again. If you can see him back here, he is just smiling, knowing that, look at that smile. You can see it on the side of his face. There is a little button, and you can't really see it, but there's a little button right here that says hide the GFX. And if that button is red, then you guys don't get to see the hands. If it is gray, then you definitely get to see the hands. So as the next one goes around, we want to show you our calendar, and we replace the ROE cash game with a 5 on the button, no limit hold'em every Saturday. Fridays, Saturdays, we have cash games. Tuesdays, we have cash games, but we have Joni's game on Tuesdays. $1,000 minimum buy-in PLO cash game. This Sunday, November 10th, though, we do have the bounty tournament, $3,000 guaranteed. Monday, we have the double board bomb pot. The free roll that has double board bomb pots on the level change. And then every Wednesday this month, you notice that little bomb in the blue right there? That is right. The bomb pot tournament is back by popular request. You asked for it. We got it for you. It is good to go. It is going to be big. It is going to be exciting. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Flop comes out. King of Hearts, 6 of diamonds, 2 of hearts, I think. I wasn't sure, but we will have those graphics back in just 1 second. Do apologize about the snafu, but we got plenty of poker left in the day, and I promise you, you're going to enjoy watching. What did I tell you? And just like that, I said, let there be cards. Flop comes out King 6 deuce. Wasn't correct on the suits, but Jeff has 6-5, Ian 6-7, or 8-7, Kenny Ace Queen, and King Jack. That turns the tide, the Ace of Clubs on the turn. Paul went from first to last. Did Ace Queen somebody just folded Ace Queen. Ace Quisha in the muck. Can you believe that? Paul now has the check mark. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Holy cow, Batman. Cards go up. And now we can show you this. Now that we have the graphics going, we can put the win percent up. Paul running the table in for 500, well, 490, and he's up $670. The natural up 115. Where else do you see the natural up and down? Duplantis started the night with a $500 loss, and he is back up 55 on top now. Sorry, $10 down. Coach is up $55. The Venetian Resort with his Texas Tech football. I like this table. We have a Tennessee hat in seat number 7, LSU hat in table seat number 8, Texas Tech hat in seat number 9. We've got a Longhorn fan in seat number 3 and Ian right there. It is going to be a game. Kenny looks down, King 10 suited. He's going to bump it up 3x. $30 make you holler. Paul says King 9. I'll call one inferior. And here we go. Looking down as Jack calls them, wired 6s. We got a raise, $95. Remember, we're playing 5 on the button, no limit hold'em, no small blind, no big blind. Wherever the button is, there is a $5 chip that's ready to go. And action is going to be crazy. We're going to be running this stream for you for a while today, so get ready to rock and roll. Kenny does complete the call right there. So we've got some effective stacks. Paul's got 1,025, Tyler 670, and Paul is gone. He let go of his King 9. It was good enough for the 30, but not good enough for the 95. So we've got King 10 suited versus wired 6s. Heads up, 570 and Kenny stack 670 over here. Flop comes out ace, ace, ace. That's going to slow down. Well, that's going to slow down Kenny, and that's going to be enough. Aggression wins pots. Here goes 100 into the pot, and it was an instant fold. And Tyler, I would say Tyler steals one, but he didn't steal it. You can't steal it with the best hand. Basil, you want us to get you on that 1-2 list or the 5 on the button list, baby? If you're in the chat and you're wanting to get on one of the lists, just type in the chat. We'll get your name up on the list. We've got a private game tonight running at 7 p.m. Going to be 10 on the button, round of each. If you'd like to get that, just type and get on that list. Also, just type in the chat. We'll get you ready to go. Moving on around to hand number 17. As we look around at the V-Pips. All right, so if you're, woo, look at this. Best hand in poker, 5-3, rolling around in Tyler's hand. He calls it 25. Moyer raised it up with wired 6s. Duplantis calls with 8s, Jack 9, and 7-4 in the pot. Flop comes out 8, 9, 10. Coach flops middle pair and an open-ended. Duplantis flops a set of 8s for the second time tonight, 5-3. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The best hand in poker is not going to work this time unless we come runner diamonds, but I don't think he can see it. Coach says, I'm going to continue on with Jack 9, but when I continue on, I'm going to call Duplantis' $85 raise. Moyer jumps out of the way. Tyler's got to get going. He tried. I appreciate that, Tyler. Coach is down to 6 outs. Any queen, any 7, and we see 1, 7, and queen are out. 4 of hearts, or 4 of diamonds. Geez, on the turn, Duplantis fires one more time. This time in the in the effort of a cow and a calf, $150. That puts $445 into the pot. So if Duplantis does, or sorry, if Coach does make this call, he's essentially getting 3-1 on his money for that. And that's the effective odds that they are calculating at this point. But he knows Duplantis is not firing empty-handed, and he knows he's got a catch to win, and that might be enough to let this go. I do believe he's going to let this go. He's not going to go any further with it. And he does let it go. And Duplantis pulls in a beautiful pot. He's got $940 sitting in front of him now. And he is on the plus side. What about pre-flop raises? This gives a little read into how often somebody goes into the pot with bumping it up, not just calling. So we see the aggressive players, Moyer, Kenny, Jeff, Coach. They're not going into a pot unless they're raising the pot to start with. You see Ian, the natural, Paul, Tyler, Duplantis. From statistics, it's showing that if they do come along, they are just coming along with a call. But one that we like to look at is VPIPs. That's voluntarily put into pot. Their VPIPs, look at this, 47, 47, 41, 41, 41, 35, 35, 29, and 23. Jack, usually at the lower end of the spectrum on the VPIPs, voluntarily putting money into the pot. If his money's going into the pot, he's getting that money back most of the time. Action starts with the +1 with Ian. Looks down at King Deuce suited. Paul picks. He's just now seeing this monster. And look at this. Sneaky, sneaky. Just a little 15, little fiddling. That's the basil bet if you're still watching. And he's trying to get some people to jump along with him, but he only gets one taker. Ian, King Deuce. It would be atrocious that the flop came out King Deuce Deuce. We always look for the worst here. Flop comes out 7-8-4. That's going to be nothing for Ian. Paul's going to just throw another 15 out there. I don't think Ian can. Oh, Ian calls. This is what we're going to play today, ladies and gentlemen. Turn card is a 4. That is kind of scary. And Paul sticks with the 15. I love it. He's begging Ian to raise him right there. And that's what Ian does. Ian grabs, it looks like 50, 60. And Paul says, okay, I call. And now Ian is officially drawing dead after that turn of a 4. River card comes an ace, and that's going to slow Paul down. Ian could steal this pot if he was to shove all in. It does go check, check. And Ian sees the terrifying news of the pocket kings in Paul's hand. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Paul just keeps on climbing. Paul is up $735 since he joined this table. Duplantis second on the list at 170 up, natural 115, Tyler 35 up. But then we got some downs, and those downs, they've got some room to grow. And ladies and gentlemen, it's early in the night. We're only on hand number 18, and it's early in the night. Murray, you want to come in and talk a little bit? Let me run and check. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me 1 minute. We're going to check on an open seat, and we'll be right back, but we'll keep the game rolling. Absolutely. Welcome back in. Sorry about that. Had to get some seats filled up out there. We just paged a 1-2 table. It is going to be a huge day at KoJack's. So if you're looking for some poker action, we've got 1-2. We've got 5 on the button, no limit hold'em. We've got 5 on the button, no limit hold'em. Here in about 3 hours, we're going to have 10 on the button round of each. We'll probably have another 5 on the button round of each. So we could end up with 5 cash games today. So if you're looking for some action, KoJack's is popping tonight, and Paul's got chips. Anytime Paul's got chips, that's going to make the games crazy. So looking at hand number 21 of the live stream, we're going to be running a long one today, so get ready to dig in and enjoy it with us. If you got any questions about the room, if you've never been here, type in the chat. We'll answer any questions that you have. May have to use the help of Chat GPT to get some answers to those questions, but I'll definitely get those in there. Flop comes out 9-9-4, 5-way action. Nobody's got any of it. Ace Jack is wicked in the lead. Backdoor flush draw for Kenny, but that's really just about it. Turn, and it does check around. $130 in the pot. Checks around to Ian. He needs to throw some money out there. Action's on him. And he does. He throws 75. That's going to be enough, I would say enough to steal it, but he's definitely not stealing this. He's pulling in what was properly his. Nice little win. He is down a little bit, but he's only down 60 bucks. That's an easy flip to get back to even. So if you're tuning in and if you've never been to KoJack's, you're not sure what we are, how we do what we do. Well, we are a legal poker club in Midland, Texas. And in Texas, gambling is illegal. But however, anybody who's watching this knows that poker is severely a game of skill. And just because you have the best hand doesn't mean you always win. It's not like a slot machine. You can be bet off of that hand. And that's how the card rooms in Texas have boomed the way they have, and you've seen these prize pools well over $100,000 just in our West Texas Permian Basin Poker Championship Series. We guaranteed $100,000 over the course of the tournament, and we paid out just north of 200. And I think, don't quote me on this, it's going to be plus or minus 10,000. We guaranteed 100,000, but we paid out just north of $220,000. Coach raised it up pre-flop to 93 bets it. Tyler makes the call. Flop comes out ace 9-7. Tyler may think he's good with that 9. He may call one more, especially with Coach dropping the bet down to 80. He may make this call. He is on the plus side. He's up $380. So with this call, he's still up 300. So we're going to be heads up $350 in the pot. He's got 2 outs, and that's not one of them. A 3 of clubs on the turn. I do believe it will go check here, though. Coach may get shy with that ace. It's hard to bet queens when the overcard comes out. Everybody that's watching knows that. It's hard to make this bet. So Tyler does check. Coach says, go ahead, give him a free card. And now Tyler can steal it on the river. Big enough bet right here, 350 in the pot. If Tyler throws out 225, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's throwing out a big bet, $115, $120 it looks like from the just of it. 115, and that's a tough call from Coach. He's $55 down. He's not much in the hole. Oh, and he's going to snap it. He's going to say, your story doesn't add up. Maybe you missed your spades. I'm going to go ahead and call, and look at this. He's getting ready to muck. He sees Tyler say, I have nothing, and he flips it over. So Tyler still with $935 in his stack. He goes from $380 up to just $90 up. So that's so funny. We're speaking about Christmas presents earlier in the chat, and I'm going to flip this camera around right here just so you can see this. Let me go camera 2 right here, and I'll get right in this. I am about to FaceTime my wife, and she wants to know what jersey. If you know me, you know I'm an avid sports cards fan. and you know that I absolutely love anything sports. Well, she wants to buy me a basketball jersey. I've never owned a basketball jersey. And so this is going to be my first basketball jersey that I've ever had. And so she doesn't have her camera on, but I am FaceTiming her right now, and I'm going to move this earpiece. Baby doll, you there? You are on KoJack's Live. We're doing a live stream today, and you know who my favorite player is, basketball-wise? The one and only, the GOAT. And if you say LeBron, I'm going to hang up on you right now.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, that is my player, baby doll. Now, what size for you?
It looks like I already looked at my closet and I have that jersey.
Okay, we'll find you another one, and I'll get it for you, okay? I love you.
I love you.
Bye. All right, so Christmas presents are being bought, and look at this, 9777, Queen 9, King 10, 6-5. Flop comes out with a whole bunch of kings. So Ian flops trips. He just calls the 20. Coach bets it. Ian's not going to like the result if a 7 hits this turn and it's a queen of diamonds. Coach is sitting at 3%, and that's only due to the fact that one of the 7s is already gone. The 7 clubs is out the house. And at this point right here, I think he's going to have to let it go. Ian bets 50, and Coach says, my 7s are no good. Ian pulls in a $100 profit, now sitting right about $535. And ladies and gentlemen, that puts Ian in the green also. It's always tough to be in the green in these games. But once you get in the green, you keep going. So Ian's up $40. He's the break point. Duplantis lost a little bit on a couple hands ago. 200 down. Moyer's 250 down. Kenny's 280 down. And Jeff sitting in seat number 10 is 440 down. But don't count him out. He is going to wait on a hand. He's going to flip on it, crush it, and he is going to be on the rise. So if you're joining us in the chat, we've got a ton of people across all 3 platforms. Where are you watching from? Where are you? What city are you in? I like to know where everybody's at to know how far we reach. Last week we had several people from Quebec and Ontario in YouTube watching. We had some people in Europe watching on Twitch, and then of course we had somebody in Australia watching on Facebook. I like to know how far the reach goes because we just started off as a little tiny poker club, and now we are huge, growing. And talking about growing, we're going to have a big old hand here. Already $110 in the pot, and it's just going to keep growing. 150, 160 in the pot, 175. Look at this. We've got a hand, 5-way action. King, Queen, King, Jack, Queen 10, Ace 7, and pocket 3s. Flop comes out 9-7-4. That's what Tyler was looking for 2 hands ago. Nobody with a 9. Paul with a 4. And Tyler on the very bottom of that. Not much hope for him. Duplantis does lead out, though, it looks like. He doesn't only lead out. He says, this is my pot. Wendy Hargrave, Athens, Texas. What's going on, Wendy? How are you doing today? It's been a long time. Tell your hubby we said hello from KoJack's if he's down there getting to spend the weekend with you. Would love to see you out here again. I want to get you on this table, and I want you to tear up this table. I think you can beat up these guys. But thanks for joining in way out in Athens, Texas. I want to see how far Athens, Texas is away. I'm pretty sure I have been there, but I don't remember where it is. Athens, Texas. Five hours and 40 minutes away. Is that by Longview? Yeah, not quite to Longview, a little bit to the west of Tyler. Okay. He said hello. Well, tell him I said hello. Give him a hug for me and tell him that Charlie said he better start Christmas shopping to get it ready for Christmas. Tell him 46 days. Tell him just like that. Turn to him, give him the most stern look and say 46 days. You better have it ready. So we got one from Athens, Texas. We got a couple from Odessa. We got a couple from Midland. But what I'm curious about, if you know anything about me, I absolutely love the weather. And northeastern New Mexico, Colorado, western Kansas, and western Oklahoma Panhandle got some big snowfall. and love pictures of snow. Love snow. I hope that we have a huge winter this year. I know. Oh, I'm ready for my signed Kyrie Irving jersey. I like that. I like the fact, number one, that you love sports. I love that. There is nothing better than sports. Sports gets the blood flowing, get you going like crazy. But not many better teams in basketball than the Dallas Mavericks, is there? So let me ask you this, Wendy. What do y'all think about what's his name? Wimbenyama, I think I'm going to butcher that name. You think he's going to pan out to be what he is? What's up, Brian? You think Victor's going to pan out to be the superstar that he is? So we're flipping over to a double board bomb pot. $10 bomb pot. So we now can run double board bomb pots on the live stream, and we got cards. We run it PLO action style. So here we go. Bottom board comes out ace, ace, queen. Top board comes out 6-5 jack. And that's a whole lot of jacks for Coach. It would have been a whole lot cooler if it was a whole lot of jacks for Jack. But yeah, I think you're correct. You know, he's what, 6'7", something crazy like that, and he's got noodles for legs. I think every time he gets the ball, I think he's going to collapse. But I'll tell you this: I'm a big sports cards fan, and man, Topps is putting a ton of money into Victor's stock. They've even got a set that it's a special box like National Treasures of his cards, and you get 3, 6, 9. You get 10 of his cards, and it is 8,000. Oh, 7'4". Holy crap! It is $8,000 for a box of these cards. They only made, I think, 150 of these, 190 of them. But some of those cards are going for six figures. They're going for several $100,000. And it's crazy. I would love one day to be able to afford something like that. If I could afford it, I probably never would buy it. But I'd love to come across one of those cards one time. But always been a Dallas Mavericks fan. Always been a Dallas Cowboys fan. Always been a UT Texas Longhorn fan. And always have been a Ranger fan. But I'll tell you this, with my sports team, I'm a closet Houston Oiler fan. I lost love for them when they moved to Tennessee, became the Titans, but I will always be a Warren Moon fan. So a whole lot of aces up top, whole lot of jacks down low, ace 10, 8-7, ace 10, 6-3. Trying to see why Kenny's still in there. He's got the flush draw, but I don't think he can go any further with a paired board. Flush draws are usually no good in PLO with a paired board. You got to assume they have, and 4-card, you got to assume they have the second, third nuts. Thank you, Basil. Love you, my brother. Love you, my brother. Jeff is all in. He has ace 10, 5-3, ace 10, 5-3. So he's got a pair on the bottom. He's got trips up top. It's $340 to Tyler to call. Duplantis does call with a set of nines. So we are most likely going to see chop. Duplantis, I think he may be able to sweep it. I don't know if the other jack's out. I can't remember that. So it's $340 for Tyler to make that call. Tyler knows he's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got the straight. There's oh man. So they're going to be chopping everything. Duplantis has the 7-8. So him and Tyler are going to split what we see as the top board. It's the bottom on this, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then Tyler and Jeff. Yeah, Tyler and Jeff are going to chop the top. That's why you see 3 splits. So Tyler essentially gets half the pot, and Duplantis and Barger get another half. It's going to be a little tough split. Going to be a complicated one. We've got $1,145 in the pot. That's going to be split into 520 and 520. Or sorry, 570 and 575. Half of that's going to go for the straight 5 through 9 to Duplantis and Tyler. The other half of that is going to go to the ace 10 to Tyler and Jeff. So it's going to be an interesting little chop. Always a whole lot of fun. But hey, you know the saying, everybody's a winner. We got a flush. Oh, snap. I didn't even see that, Brian. That was a great call. So Duplantis is going to take all of that board. Tyler Straight is no good, and that's what he's looking at right now. So Duplantis is going to get all of what we see, the bottom board, jack high flush, and that's exactly what Duplantis say. And you two split the top. I could even see it. Basil, let me look at the list. I know it was paged, and we had 5 people here. I'm pretty sure that 5 on the button did, that 1, 2 did get started. Let me double check the looks of it. And tick, 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 tick. We're just waiting on one more player. So if you show up, it will be started, Basil. Waiting on you, baby. Waiting on you, baby. Get on in. And as this pot is being chopped up, you can see Lauren pointing around. Going to give you one more look at our calendar. And tomorrow, November the 10th, Sunday, it's all about knocking people out. The bounty tournament's going to kick off at 3 p.m. Do not forget, if you're here before the end of level 1, 10,000 chip early bird. That's right. You can pad your stack with an extra 10,000 chips. So you definitely want to be part of that. Flyers up. There it is. $50 for every single player that gets knocked out in that tournament. 3 p.m., $200 entry. $50 of that does go to the bounty pool. And this is one tournament where you want to take the chance on the 1 hour outer. If odds are there, $50 in the pocket, man, you want to knock out. If you could knock out 15 players tomorrow, that's a pretty penny. So as we're back to the game, already 25 hands deep into the tournament. We've got 5 on the button table running out on the floor. We've got this live stream table running right here. We've also got a 1-2 table that's just about to kick off. It's waiting on Basil to get here. So if you're in the chat watching and you want to see some 1-2 action, it is time to go, baby. It's time to get it on. So if you'll give me just 1 minute, I'm going to go ahead and put this live stream out in the room. We've got people knocking on the window asking if we can have some KoJack's live so they can see what's going on in the private room. Give me about 2 minutes and we'll get it going. All right, we got it flowing on in the room on a couple TVs. They're enjoying it. Basil, are you ready for the 1-2? Because we've already got 2 players with Jack 10. That's your favorite hand. Coach Ace 8, that's the aces and eights. That's what killed Billy the Kid. Jeff moves all in for his remaining $90. Good spot to get it in. Looking for a queen or a jack to chop up the pot. And Duplantis does make the call. Turn card is a king, so that's going to give coaches. That's going to give Coach aces and kings with a 10. And at this point, Jeff knows that his Jack 10 is no longer going to be good. I don't think Brian's going to make the call. They're going to talk about it for a few minutes. LSU versus Texas Tech. Who do you think would win this year? And coach flips over aces and eights. Says I flopped 2 pair. I turned and rivered 2 bigger pair. And Jeff has to go into the tank and get a few extra chips. And coach does pull in a nice little new wall. He's building his wall. Not at the cost, well, actually at the cost of other players. So his wall is going up. Jeff is getting some fresh ammo. Sometimes you have to punt off that first buy-in because it's never any good. It's unlucky chips. It's all whether or not they give you some good luck chips, and that's, look at that. He's taking some of Paul's chips. That's the smart thing to do because Paul is $640 up. Let's peek at this. Paul's $640 on the plus side. Bought in for just shy of $500. He's over $1,000. Coach, $1,350. He's your new chip leader, up $500. Jack the Natural up 140. He's been, well, we're going to start calling him the silent killer. Tyler's up 55, sitting in seat number 7. Ian is now down $5. And Jeff's down 600, but that's an easy flip for him. Kenny's down 375. Moyer's down 260. He's been quiet, but I just walked by the room, and his stack is going to grow significantly. So get ready for action. You can see we got 3 TVs in this room, and all 3 of the TVs have football on them, so they are flipping back and forth. Ian looks down under the, well, +2. King Jack raises it up. Kenny looks down. Ace Queen, he just makes the call. Duplantis, the same Ace Queen, makes the call. And Tyler King 7 suited. Coach says, nope. Duplantis says, I'm going to 3-bet y'all's 15. We're going to make it 80. We're going to play for some real cash. And Ian does make the call. Kenny makes the call. And Tyler says, no more for me. So we're going to 3-way action. $260 up for grabs. Ace, Queen, King, Jack. Am I crazy, or did Tyler let go of Queen 8? I cannot remember. It was suited. I can't remember what he had. And action moves around to Duplantis. He says, $2 and a squirt. That's $225. And I think Ian's going to let this go, but Kenny, I bet you anything Kenny moves all in right here. Man, call it like I knew what was going to happen. Ian did let it go. Kenny said, all you can eat. I'm going to raise it up. It looked like about 320-ish. He flips over his cards, proud of what he has. Not completely proud, though. Scared just in case somebody had 6s or 8s. And with $80 pre-flop, you're not going to see much less than that in there. You're not going to see Queen 6, Queen 8, 6-8, anything like that. And she's making the count just to make sure his chips are correct. And I'm sure Duplantis has already called. Just waiting on the graphics to catch up with us. And it's a great spot for Kenny to get in. And so what happened? Call, run it out. And there we go. We're just missing the turn card. But it ended up with a chop pot, $450 to each player. And Kenny is still alive. He makes a little bit of money, though. Makes a little bit off of Ian's call of the $65 pre-flop. And just like that, man, these hands are moving by quick. Moyer's getting itchy, though. He's usually, they say, when your hands itch, he was scratching his palm just now. Usually when your hands itch, you're bringing in some money. And that's what he's looking to do. And here we go. Jeff looks down under the gun and looks down at them pocket 8, snowman, whatever you want to call them. And he calls the 5. I like the sneakiness. Moyer looking down at 65, suited, little suited connectors, beautiful cards. He raises 25. Paul calls with Jack 9. Duplantis once again picks up Ace Quisha, but this time it's beautiful black and suited. And he says $85. We're going to 3-bet it on up. Jeff does make the call. I think Moyer makes this call. I would love to have seen Moyer make this call, just simply due to the fact that you know that they're big. And did Paul make that call? Paul said, I'm going to play. Here we go. Three-way action. $285 in the pot. Excuse me. And just like that, Brian says, pop goes the weasel. That is incredible. 98% lock on the hand, flops the nut flush. Jeff's got to go 8, 4, 5, or 9 on the turn and river. Paul's got to go 9 jack, 9, 4, 9, 5 on the next two cards. And Duplantis says, we're gonna bet it big, and it's gonna go fold. I don't know. Paul maybe call. Paul called. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 on the turn. Jeff's kicking himself right now, but he doesn't know it's a good kick. He folded pocket 8s, and there's the 8 in the window. And I think, Paul's going to continue. 200. Duplantis is saying, don't pair the board. Don't pair the board. And just like that, Jeff thinks that his set of 8 sitting in seat number 10 is good, but he doesn't see this. Duplantis quickly shoves all in. And Paul does let it go. And is Duplantis going to show it? Is he going to show it? He shows the ace of spades, the queen of spades, and watch, Jeff's going to shake his head. Jeff knows he just got away with one. Whoo, talk about trouble right there. If he'd have saw the turn, he'd have been all in and out. And so Duplantis does pick up some new chips. Excuse me, one sec. Excuse me. Do have a bit of upper respiratory infection. But hand number 29, moving on around town. And we've got a beautiful mix of action. We've got Stone Cold Rocks. We've got chasers. I mean, we got everything in this. Hand number 9, blinds. If you're not familiar with what we run at KoJack's, it is a 5 on the button, no limit hold'em. And look at this. Moyer says king, queen. We're going to 4X it, $20. Ian does fold. Action's now on Jack. Jack says $20. And this is part of the VPIP. He's voluntarily putting that money into the pot. He's not forced to put the blind in. So Jack's VPIP is going to go up from 1 to 2. Just kidding, Jack. We love you. Tyler looks down pocket 4s. So it looks like we're in Duplantis. Duplantis is on some big hands right here. Queen 10 suited. He hadn't even seen his cards yet. He's going to see them. He's going to throw in 80. Oh, that was a raise to 80 by Tyler. I didn't even see it. 3-bet. Duplantis isn't even done stacking his chips, and that's always an omen to the other players. Moyer says, I call the 80. Jack is going to let it. Look at this. Jack talk tie. If you've ever seen Meet the Fockers. Jack talk tie. He knows something's a rise there. Ace Jack into the muck by him. And just like that, Moyer flops top. Duplantis flops top middle. And Tyler is in trouble. But he's going to see bet it. He's grabbing some chips. 1 cow, 1 calf, $150 in the pot. And Duplantis is going to call, and so is Moyer. I could see Moyer raising it here. So do you think this is a good move? If he raises or just smooth calls? He may want to save some equity just in case. Oh, he says all in. He says, you're going. You're going all in. What we're doing is we're just getting a quick count. We use this time to make sure that chip stacks are correct. And our wonderful dealer, Lauren, is just counting it up. So 350, 370, 570. I can count, I promise you. So his chip stack is correct. So he's all in for 570. And snap. Tyler lets his 4s go. Now, if history tells you anything about repeating itself, just like Jeff, a 4 is coming on the turn. You can guarantee that. Duplantis, I don't think, can call this, though. I think this is going to have to be his stopping point. He is $582 on the plus side, but this is $570 of his chips right here, so that puts him only $12 up, and he cannot be confident about his 10. He's down to 3 outs, and he shows his queen. Other card down, so his cards are mucked, are dead, and they are gone. Moyer's all smiles. If his wife's watching, she knows she's getting a new pair of shoes for that. Christmas is coming at the Moyer's house, and beautiful pot pushed over to Moyer. Moyer was down before that hand. He was down $200, and this, ladies and gentlemen, tells you how fast you can flip-flop here at KoJack's Poker Club. Moyer went from $200 down that hand to $200 up. Duplantis went from $582 up to 350 up, so he lost a big chunk of his stack right there. But we've only got 4 players down, and it's going to be crazy. We haven't even had anyone else leave. We haven't had anyone leave this table. That's telling you it's going to be a great game all day long. Ian looks down. He's going to call the $35 and 8 deuce versus ace 10. And Tyler's been on a bad run. I would love to see. And Ian, can Ian expose this? It's going to go check, check. I would like to see if ace or 10 doesn't come on the turn. I would love to see a bet by Ian. I love pressure poker and a 4. And Ian might bet it. He knows that that's, look at this. Oh, he was grabbing chips. King on the turn. Does he have it in him? Does he have it in him? His only way to win is to bet. Oh, and he doesn't. It goes check fold. And here we go, flipping on around. I've seen people from Athens, Texas, seen people from Odessa, Midland. Survival Brian, where are you at? Where is everybody at in the chat? Flop comes out 6-3 queen. Seems like we saw something like this very similar. It's going to check all the way around. Ian says, I should have bet last time. I'm going to go ahead and bet this time. I got ace 7. Not bad. And I think it's going to go bet fold fold, and that's exactly what it did. He threw it out, and instantly the other player mucked their cards. He got to scoop it on in and put it into his stack. Ian's only down $75 now. That was a quick flip around. He was down 150 just a few hands ago. So it's a beautiful day at KoJack's. We're just starting up our 3rd cash game table. Who does Elf on the Shelf? I'm in a super Christmas mood today. Watched Home Alone last night, laying in bed. Got to spend some time laying in bed this week since I was sick. But watched some Home Alone last night, and I am super into the holidays today. I am ready for Christmas to come. It goes around to Jack, $20 in the pot. I want to see Jack raise it. Come on, Jack. Talk Ty, raise it up. And he did. He 3-bets it to $80. Paul makes the call. Jeff says, I'm your Huckleberry. So King Queen versus Pocket Tens versus 9-8. $105 gets a quarterback. Nickelback. Wonder if that's how they got their band name, playing at a poker table. Here's your Nickelback. That's what we should start. That's our band name. Flop comes out 5, deuce, deuce. No help to anybody. Jack still in the lead, and he's going to bet it. Jack doesn't let anything slide by. Jack plays pretty ABC poker, and that's what he's doing right here. Flop 5 high. He says, I'm probably going to make it about 180. He says, I'm not even going to make it 100. He said, if you're going to chase, you're going to put your money in there. Moving on around, hand number 33. It'd have been so much cooler if we could add somebody with wired threes. Paul looks down, king 8 suited. He's going to make the call of 20. Tyler going to let it go. Duplantis, he was the raiser. Coach lets it go. Jack lets it go. Kenny lets it go. They're looking for a little bit better hands, a little bit more action. So we've got a whole new group of people in the chat, and going to ask you the same question I asked earlier. We got Vince to tell us when is the proper time to start putting up Christmas lights. 3 players going to the flop. King 8, Jack 3, Ace 9. Flop comes out. Queen of clubs, 10 of spades, 5 of spades. No help, nothing to anybody. Going to be the first to bet, first to win. And Paul says, I bet 15, and that's going to be enough to pull in that $80. Hand number 34, Tyler looks down, king 10, not suited. And it looks like he straddled for 10. Duplantis calls the 10. Jeff once again got them pocket 8s. Moyer lets it go. Ian's going to call. Yep. Jack, no dice. Kenny, no dice. Paul probably going to make the call. And looks down at Tyler, and he does check it up. So we're going to be 6-way action to the flop. Flop comes out, queen of clubs, jack of hearts, 6 of spades, queen, jack, 6. Open-ended for Tyler now, and he's not going to waste any time. $45 is going to be the bet. Duplantis probably going to make the call with top pair. Once again, Jeff has to fold the 8s. And that's a gut shot for Paul. He does make the call, so we're going to be 3-way, $140 in the pot. $185 now. Turn card comes out, an ace. Ace, that is Broadway. It's always great when you're betting it and it hits. It never looks like it gets there, and that's exactly what Tyler did. He was betting that open-ender. It hit, and that's gonna get Duplantis to make the call. Once again, $45 again. Now Paul's going to have to let this one go, so it's heads up, $275 up for grabs, and Duplantis is in trouble. Needs a king and a king only. It's a 3 of spades. That doesn't put any other questionable cards out there. No flush draw, no nothing. And, man, that's a good bet right there. $200. If Duplantis didn't think he had anything on the flop or the turn, and that looks like a straight whiff right there with a 3 of spades, I wonder if Duplantis is going to call. Nope, he's going to let it go. He's going to save his money for the next day and lets it go. And just like that, $475 headed over to Tyler's stack. And that puts Tyler down just $150 from where he started. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an absolute magnificent day of poker. But it's setting us up for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get the applause because the bomb pot is back. And, sorry, the bounty is back. We got to give another applause for that. But the bounty is back tomorrow, $50 for every player that's knocked out. You want to come in, you want to be aggressive, and you want to stack up them bounty chips, and they're $50 a pop. $3,000 is going to be guaranteed tomorrow. It starts at 3 p.m., but there's a change. I wonder what this one is right here. The change is 10,000 chips for the early bird special, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. If you're here before the end of level 1, you can't walk in as the clock expires. You have to be in your seat before level 1 ends. And KoJack's is going to give you 10,000 extra chips. So it's beneficial to be here early then wait for registration to close because that's a massive stack builder. So joining us new on the table, Mr. Joey. And what that means is that with every dealer change, we do that double board bomb pot. And exactly goes out just like this. We got 9 players, $10 ante. So that starts the pot off at $90. $90 makes a holler, and here we go. Once again, welcome in. Thanks for joining in KoJack's live stream here in Midland, Texas. KoJack's Poker Club, 3205 West Cuthbert Avenue, space B9. Come in and see us. We got 3 tables running, 1-1-2 no limit, hold'em 2-5 on the buttons. One of those being a live stream, and that's what you're getting to watch us play on here. So we were talking about the bounty tournament being this Sunday, next Sunday. Don't fret. Sharks are in the water because it's the deep stack tournament. $240 entry, 30,000 chips, instant add-on. $20 gets you 10,000 more, but there's also that early bird. If you're here before the end of registration level 1, next Sunday in the deep stack, you get 10,000 extra chips. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Look at that board. 3 queens. What the heck? We'll have the graphic fixed in just 1 second. We got a little snafu on the graphic. I look over at Aiden. He's already looking back. He knows what happened here. So we are going to have a quick board graphic on this one. This one's going to be just a little bit messed up. We're still new at the double board bomb pots. Aiden's learning and going as he goes. This time he just clicked the wrong button, and it didn't let us correct it. Actually, it just corrected itself, didn't it, Aiden? It didn't correct itself, right? Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we do have 3 queens on that bottom board. That means Moyer's got the lock on it. We'll get another look at the board here in a second. Pay no attention to the graphics on the screen. It did read the wrong card. So there we go. All queens, 6-5, and then we've got 7, 8, 8, 9 deuce on the bottom. 7, 8, 8, 9. So Duplantis, ooh, that's nasty. Kenny's got the top end of it, and Duplantis has the bottom end of it. I don't think he's going to be able to make this call. Kenny also had all kinds of flush draws, but missed it. Duplantis had a flush draw on the queens board, but with the 3 queens out there, it's dead. Moyer, though, has every queen in the deck on this one. And it's going to be split, chop, chop. Half of it for Kenny with the straight and half of it for Moyer with every queen in the deck on that board. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Ian picks up American Airlines. Ian picks up American Airlines, and right behind him, Kenny with a flop of Queen 5 Queen pulls in an absolute monster. And guys and gals, chasing storms in here. Jeff is going to win this one. Hey, look at this, though. Look at this. Let's go down here to commentator view. I got Johnny Blaze in here.
What's up? Where's the camera at?
I got JB. This one's you. That one's me right there. That way we can look at each other, and it looks like we're looking at each other. I learned that from Chase. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We've got every queen in the deck is out. Duplantis, Queen 10. Kenny, King, Queen. And Ian's got aces.
He was so mad right now when I just walked in.
Yeah, this was 15 minutes ago. This was 15 minutes ago. That's why when you said donkey, he looked at you, right?
He was all mad.
Oh, my gosh. Ooh. So Kenny is all in with the best hand right at this minute. Ian's all in with the worst hand, American Airlines.
And I guess Duplantis is going to be
He raised to 350. That put them both in.
Because they're all going to be.
Oh, Duplantis, though, prior to this hand, he was up. So, oh, my goodness. Kenny's already – he's using his one time. Look at this. He's in the lead one time.
I hope he wins it. Kenny's been running pretty bad lately.
He has.
It's a good dude.
You and him started off dealing together, didn't y'all?
Yeah.
That's what I forgot you dealt here until he said that, but now you took it to the next level.
Yeah, now I play like a donkey.
You don't play like a donkey. You're always winning. That's why I walk by, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, Blaze.
What's up, Chase?
What's up, Chase?
Storms. Is that never mind?
Yeah, that's George.
Which George?
George that does commentary. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, that's him. He's in here watching.
Let's go.
Let's go.
How's everybody doing?
Look at all this money in this pot. $1,700. Largest pot so far of the night.
How long's been playing? Since 3?
They're on hand number 36 right now.
Gotcha.
Oh, look at this. King, Queen, Duplantis. He's in second place, and Ian's not even. Well, what do you think the chance? There's no chance for an ace.
No, he would be happier. Right
5 right there. They both got boats.
They're going to chop up Ian.
Oh, there goes. He's all in. And the final card, ace, and ace only 3%. That means only one's left in the deck. Mm-hmm. And it's gone. And just like that, aces is third place. Queen 10 is second place. And King Queen pulls in his one time. He's got to slide his chair back up.
Let's go. He made it.
look at his shirt. Look at his shirt.
We used to live in your barn.
And it's both of his kids' names. It's a boy and a girl. That's so awesome, isn't it?
Great.
That is so awesome. What's going on, George of the Jungle? Thank you for joining in. We'll give you a standing applause, although we're still sitting down. And so we'll pop up. What do you want to see? You want to see the V-pips up on screen, or you want to see the win?
How many viewers do you got?
We've got 14 in YouTube. We've got 12 in Twitch. And I don't know how many we have. We have 7 in Facebook.
Rookie numbers. We gotta get
Rookie
those
numbers.
Up. We got to get those up.
All right, we'll get them up. That's why you're in here. You know poker. Don't give away any of your secrets.
Nah.
Don't give away any of your secrets.
A free game.
I saw you on the live stream list.
I put it up there, yeah.
You going to play live stream?
I mean, how long is it going to last?
Probably another 3-4 hours.
If there's a seat, I'll play it.
Okay. We get to critique you. I get to say, what the hell was Blaze thinking here?
I just do stuff.
I know. I've only seen you play on live stream on big tournaments. And you played ABC poker on those. You didn't really try many bluffs in Poker House. You did before you got in.
I made some light calls. I made some plays. I ran good mostly, honestly. I just got lucky in that tournament. But towards the end, I played okay.
2 chop pots are like kissing your sister. Oh, Lordy.
I've honestly never understood how people get a chop or a split pot as a kiss with your sister.
I like chopping pots. I don't like kissing my sister.
Exactly. It never computed to me.
What's worse, losing a pot or chopping a pot?
Losing.
Oh, you better say that. What's worse, kissing your sister or kissing a beautiful woman?
Right, kissing a beautiful woman.
Yeah, so kissing your sister's like losing a pot, I think.
My sister's a beautiful woman, right? You're assuming a lot. She's pretty, but yeah, I wouldn't want to be doing that.
So if you're sitting at home and you're getting hungry, we are about to order Ray's Italian Bistro, and I ordered the sausage and pepperoni with light sauce because I don't like too much marinara. So we're talking about Christmas. 46 days left till Christmas.
What's Christmas?
What?
What's Christmas?
It's when you buy presents from Santa.
Oh, okay. Jesus' birthday, right?
Yes.
That's the guy.
Yes. It's so what started this conversation was I've been sick all week long and laid in bed all week, and last night I watched Home Alone, and so now I'm super in the mood for Christmas. Cinnamon. Oh, Blaze is picky with his tea. He
I like what I want,
MacBook just brought his tea and he goes, "Honey, there's no cinnamon in here."
darling.
All right, here we go. Hand number 37. Coach looks down at Queen 4 on the button. Jeff, it looks like just kidding. I think we got the button wrong. I think we got it correct. Jeff looks down at the basil. Moses Gonzalez. Yo, light sauce, extra cheese. Well done on the sausage pizza. That's what I'm talking about. That man knows pizza. That man knows pizza. Sausage and pepperoni, light sauce, extra cheese. That's the only way to eat a pizza.
Man, I've never had it like that. That sounds. I can imagine.
You can have a bite. I mean, it's perfect pizza paradise. That's the only perfect pizza paradise. I sound like Stan Lee with my superheroes. Perfect, Peter Parker. It's perfect pizza paradise.
Peter Piper picked a pepper.
Yes. So here we go. Ian's been quite active today. He calls the 10. Duplantis 3 bets it to 80 with the KoJack. And look at this. Ian just says, I'm just going to flop 2 pair on you. He should check it. He should check it. It's on him. Check it. Check it. There we go. Will Duplantis continue? Those are some sexy legs in the background. That's a player in the background when it goes back to Duplantis. Look at this. Duplantis takes the bait, 110. And that's going to shut Duplantis down unless a king or a jack hits. That's the only way that Duplantis continues right here.
That's kind of a crazy bet. It doesn't really continue well because there's not any cards that you can pick up out so you can barrel with. But
Duplantis is up $400. So he's going to continue. Look at this. He's putting ultimate pressure on Ian. Ian's already got the check mark. Nothing he can do can lose except for fold.
Oh, he ain't losing. He's going all in, and then he's going to get a snap fold from Duplantis.
I think Duplantis bet enough to put him all in because that 490 stack did not look right when Ian stuck in his chips. Oh, just kidding. It was right. So Duplantis put himself in a pickle. He bet 250. The all-in is 490, so it's only 240 to make the call. And when you look inside the pot, there's $1,145 in there. I mean, so what do you do at this point? Duplantis bet 250. Ian goes all in for 490. That's 240 difference. Now it's 240 for Duplantis to win 1140. Is that the implied odds where you have to call now? He doesn't call.
It's a pretty big pot. I wouldn't call. You lose to ace highs. You might beat some flush draws.
He shows one card.
The 7 hearts or what?
I don't know which one he showed.
Regardless, he's showing a hand that's beating Duplantis.
Oh, I love plays like that. I love it when players only show one card, and I love it when they show the card that has to do with the board. Because if he had ace 6 right there and he shows the 6, you can only assume that it's an ace or better.
Right.
But if they show the ace right there that it doesn't match anything on the board, they're like, what the hell are they betting with?
It's a good way to keep people guessing. Honestly, I used to show both cards, but if you get good at showing one, you can really take up your opponent's headspace, and it's a good move for sure. Keep them guessing. And
so once you move into their head, do you own them at the table? Because we see you play a lot out here, and a lot of times you come out on the plus side. Not every time in poker you can come out on the plus side, but you're a professional poker player. You come out on the plus side. I mean, it's obvious. I don't even have to count. I know that's why you're still here playing. Do you vacation in people's heads at the table? Do you plant seeds where not today, like Greg Maddux? Did you ever see that where Greg Maddux, they were playing the Dodgers in the third month of the season? And he threw somebody a high fastball and let him hit a home run. They were winning 8-1. He let him hit a home run, and the catcher came up to him and said, "Man, what the hell were you doing?" He goes, "We're going to face him in the playoffs. He's going to wait on that pitch, and I'm not going to give it to him. I'll throw him a curveball in the same spot."
Right.
And the guy forgot about it. Well, they got to the playoffs, and he threw 3 straight high inside curveballs, whiffed on all 3 of them. And the catcher walked up and he said, "You're a genius." And that's where he got the name Professor. Do you do that sort of thing out on the table? Do you plant seeds, not for this game, but for tomorrow's game, Thursday's game, next Tuesday's game?
I think it's like that in any sort of a strategy game or a fight. I think like whether it be hand-to-hand combat or poker is basically war, or even any of these ball games.
It is war.
You're setting up for future encounters, and you're using a lot of context for what they do in previous hands, and it gives you a good sense of what you should be doing. It's hard to keep track of all of it because people change, and it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. Like, I haven't won. You would think that I'd be making money, but I haven't made money in maybe 3 months, and just been battling and making money, losing money, making money, losing money. It's a brutal game, and it's hard to make it happen.
This is the second time tonight that Coach has looked down at pocket queens. Every time he's played it, he's raised it. And look at this. He switches it up. What do you think about this? He's in the cutoff. That was prime. I mean, if you watch World Poker Tour, if you watch the World Series of Poker, that's prime time to raise it, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have to open from the cutoff. Sometimes you can limp if you're in early position and you got a big hand. If the game is really action and you're pretty sure that someone is going to raise behind you, you can do a limp re-raise. And that is a pretty nice move that a lot of people do.
And it goes check by Ian. Coach bets 45. Ian snap folds.
Simple.
He was trying to trap. I like that move because if you watch the World Series of Poker, if you watch the World Poker Tour, if you watch Poker After Dark, they tell you that the two prime raising positions, we're talking only positions, the cutoff and the button. And ladies and gentlemen, is there a seat open over there, Aiden? Nope. Oh, we're watching 15 minutes ago.
That's all.
Yeah. Blaze just wrote down, a seat is open and it's my seat. And I said, no, that one was already full. Let me make sure Keisha knows that next seat is yours on that table, okay?
Appreciate it. Yeah, you guys, I just wanted to stop in and say hi and give a little bit of microphone time to the live stream, but my seat is open in the game, and the game is looking juicy.
Here we go. Moyer once again, 3 bets, wired sevens. One of the sevens set in Ian's hand. Ian, king 7 suited. Coach AC Ducey in the hijack makes the call. Flop comes out, Jack, Jack 9. First to bet, first to win, and I think it's going to be Moyer. He's on the button. He's in what we call the position. And he is a very aggressive player when it comes to position.
You'll continue, yeah. He's
50.
gotten a lot better. He is not a professional, but he's profitable.
His game's changed.
100%. He's definitely put in work and studied, and he's a competent guy.
There is a seat open outside. You want that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, wave goodbye to Blaze because Blaze will sneak back in here, but he came in just to bless us just for a few minutes. He's going to jump out there, and his seat is open, and he's going to head on out to that. So, although it's much more fun with him in here, I hope you kick some butt today. And here we go once again. 9 players sitting at this table. It is assault. Oh, Chase, look at that. We'll miss you. He did throw a couple hearts up on his way out. I'm doing it right now, but you can't see it. He did throw a couple hearts up, whoop, just like that right there. Hey, Chase, what do you think of that? Chase, what do you think of that? Did you see that? Let's get it a little bit bigger. Look at this. What do you think of that? Huh? You like that? Yep. You see what I did there? Yep. Look at that. Look at Aiden. You see that, Chase? You see that? Moving on up. You didn't see that, did you, Chase? As soon as I see you comment again, oh, yes, LFG. I know what that stands for. That stands for Lions, Fangs, and Giants. New toys, new boys. Flop comes out, King 8. Coach just says, let me hit the world of it. Ian's got a pair of 8s. Nothing's going to happen for him. Paul says, I'm going to test the water, see what I have. Sometimes that's not a bad bet right there. $15 just to see where you stand. And Coach says, I'm not going to fall for this. I'm going to let you bury yourself. Turn card comes, a 9. And Paul's not dead now. He's looking for a 10. And Coach says, 40. 40 into 90 makes it 130, and that's enough for Paul to come along. Paul's worst thing would be to hit a queen or a jack. He's looking for a 10 and a 10 only. And that 3 is not going to work. Coach's king sets up high. It's going to go check, bet, fold. Poker's all about emotions. Game. Look at that. Coach is building a nice little stack over there. $1,235. Did Coach just check? Oh, he got scared. He got scared. Miss Moyer, look at this. Moyer's beautiful bride is in the chat. Moyer is the best right there. And Kristen, you missed it. Johnny Blaze was in here. He's one of the local grinders professionals. And he was talking about Moyer's game, how it's changed over the course of the last 2 years. 2 years ago, Moyer just liked to come in here and goof off and play a little bit of poker. And now he's a long-time winning player. He's a profitable poker player, and there's a lot of money in this market to be made. And Moyer's game has elevated. I would say there's 10 levels to a poker player, and 4 years ago when he first started playing, I would say he was about a 2-3. Now he's on the high side of 7, getting towards an 8. He knows his game. He knows the odds. He knows the implied odds. He knows the expected odds. And when it comes to tournament, that guy has turned into a beast. He's a casher 3 out of 4 times in a tournament, and that's what you look for with that. So, Miss Moyer, I hope you're having a beautiful day, and we're talking good about your hubby in here. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have a pot to watch. Wow. So the action goes around. Paul calls 10, Tyler calls 10, Coach 3-bets it with ace-jack, Moyer calls the 3-bet, Ian 4-bets it with pocket kings, and I think Coach is going to call this. He was in for 40. It's a $100 raise. Coach is up $560. What up, big dog? Basil's going to join us in the booth. He's not even going to ask. He's just going to come on in and sit down.
Oh, my goodness. What's up, Jeffrey Dahmer?
Stick that on right there, and I'll unmute you so you can say hi. Remember, no cussing. And I always have to say that when Basil comes into the room because our first stream we ever had, Basil says, "What the F?" So here we go. Coach
does in the action.
Yes, Coach does make the call. And look at this. This was Ian's worst nightmare. He had pocket kings, raises it up to $140, and he's going to c-bet right here. Coach did check.
Ace magnets.
Ace magnet. Kings are ace magnets.
Oh, my goodness.
And look at this. Look at this, Mr. Chase. Look who joined us in the booth.
I came for the 1-2, but they ain't ready. So
They ain't ready. It's ready.
I'm going to help Charlie out.
Yeah, you can always jump in here. So $65 to call. Coach raises it. That's going to be the end of the hand. Ian's not going to want to put in another $65. Here we go. WWBD. What would Basil do right here if you held the kings? You bet 85. Coach raised to 100. You bet 65. Coach raises to 150. What would Basil do at this point?
You know what? I would lose because that's how I lost the tournament Wednesday.
No way.
Same thing, yeah. Ace-jack versus kings. I had kings. Guy races me. I re-race him. He re-races me. I go all in, and he catches an ace. He tells the dealer, please, this is a one-time.
This is his one time.
Jorge.
Oh, Jorge.
Yeah, dude from the college.
Yeah, Gil.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gil. Yeah.
Real nice kid, but.
Baseball player, Midland College.
Yeah. So I didn't mind.
Yeah, you didn't mind letting him
Yeah, I
have
didn't
one.
mind.
He can win one. You cash in almost every tournament here,
Yes,
Basil.
sir. Yes, sir.
So look at this. Kristen, just putting up the Christmas tree as we cheer him on. Okay, Kristen, you are perfect. Okay, I asked this question earlier. When is the proper time to put up Christmas decorations? I said today. I said the day after Halloween ends is the perfect time to put up the Christmas tree. And I am so glad that you're in here doing it because a lot of people think after Thanksgiving. No way. Get the Christmas spirit up. That way Santa Claus can fly over, make sure the kids are doing good, and fill those stockings up. And look at this. Ian does the hero fold. Ian lets it go, and Coach pulls in $360 on a $900 pot. That's the profit right there. That's how much the pot was. And ladies and gentlemen, it's dealer change, and that means double board bomb pot time. But speaking of double board bomb pots, this is what Basil's talking about right here.
Yes.
That's it. Okay, so let me ask. You like this tournament? You like that tournament, or you like the one we're having tomorrow, which is that tournament?
I love them all, brother. I'm just a tournament player.
What about this one?
You know that. I took it down. I
Oh,
took
that's
down
right.
the
That's
first
right.
one.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so
bro.
Basil took down our last.
The first one.
Yeah, our first deep stack, right?
Yeah.
Basil took down the deep stack. Now, tomorrow, Christmas decorations should be up already. I love this Megan Mendez lady, and she is 100% correct. And by the way, Megan, congratulations. Big smile.
She must be related to
George?
George of the Jungle.
Yes, she must be.
Dang.
She just got a big promotion, and everybody up here at KoJack's is super happy for her.
Big bonus.
Christmas is the superior holiday. Well, Merry Christmas early,
Congrats.
everybody. But tomorrow is the bounty tournament. $3,000 guaranteed. Now, Basil doesn't know this. I'm about to tell him something brand
The early
new.
bird special. I know
Dang
already,
it.
bro.
I'm trying.
I know everything, dog. I should
Basil
work you.
is our unspecified area manager. And so tomorrow, if you're in here before the end of level 1,
No,
10,000
Before
extra
the
chips.
tournament starts.
No,
bro.
it's end of level 1.
Well, that's kind of being late too.
I know, but we're giving them a break on the first
I
one.
would say
We're testing
like
them
we used to, bro. Like I would say
before the start of the tournament,
yes,
right?
yes.
So here we go. First board comes out. 8 of spades, 3 of spades, 6 of spades. Bottom board, which is going to show as the top on the graphics, comes out as Queen of Hearts, 9 of, didn't see it, and just 1 second. We'll get the graphic up in 1 second. I didn't see it. Here we go. 6, 8, 3 on the top board. Bottom board's going to be Queen of Hearts, 9 of clubs, Ace of clubs. That's going to show as the top board, though. We're getting the graphic corrected as we speak. There we go, and here goes everybody's cards. Look at that. That dealer's fast. You see how quick those cards came out?
Who's got 9-7 of spades?
9-7.
Anybody? That would be a yeah.
Just going to flip this right here, okay? Just for now. But Coach 988. Coach has a set of 8s on the bottom, but I'm looking. Does anybody have spades? Nobody has spades, Basil.
Nobody.
There's 4 on the board. Holy crap. And 1 on the other board. So that's 5 spades out. Wow.
Who's got the best flop?
So Coach on the bottom board right here, Coach has a set of 8s. And you see all these players. There's 0% to win right there. There's a 7 on the turn, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
Anybody
I know
have 9,
spades.
10? Does anybody have?
Everybody's gonna be scared of the spades.
Oh, Coach went from a set of 8s on that board to a straight 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack. Does anybody have your hand Jack 10? No. I see no Jack 10s in there.
I see 2 10s, but
So I see a split right here with 9, 10. Coach and Duplantis are going to be splitting the top board with 9, 10. And then Moyer with Ace, Queen, 2 pair is going to be winning that board. The perfect time.
how come he's got an S2 for a split?
That's a split because so they've got a split because they both have 9, 10.
Okay.
So 7, 8, 9, 10 Jack. And then Moyer's got the split because he wins the second pot for the bottom board. The perfect time is when you don't have a kid, have a kid activity, and the weekend was free. So I take it, Miss Moyer, this weekend, no kid sports, no kid activities. So it was a perfect time to get that Christmas tree up. And look at this, Wendy and Dennis. Dennis wants to see if you can put him down for the Thursday night live stream. I'm texting right now, Wendy, to tell him to put him on. Keisha, can you put
Who's Dennis?
Dennis Hargrave?
Oh,
Yeah, you know him.
I'm on there too, right?
Yes.
Automatic.
We got you on that, Dennis. We got you on there, girl. We got you on there, man. So we're moving on around to hand number 43. And let's bring up the Basil hasn't got to see who's up and who's down. So let's take a peek at this.
What's that on his shirt? He's got that later.
So here we go. Coach, $887 up. Moyer, oop, that went away really fast. We're going to put it up one more time. Excuse me.
You know what? Coach is a beast cash player, man.
Man,
He's a beast.
this table is definitely not an easy table.
And not only he's a beast, but he's a lucky beast.
There we go. Jeff's 887 in the gutter. Ian's 485 down. Paul's 80 down. Tyler 50 down. Kenny 33 down. He's climbed up.
Why am I not surprised? Those guys are down.
Kenny was $700
I know.
down earlier. He's now 33 down. Duplantis 63 up, so it is flipping around. And here we go. It's the reason chips are moving around the table so fast is because of hands like this. Duplantis 66, the natural, King 10. The natural Natural doesn't put money into the pot unless he plans on taking it home. Ian, ace 3. Paul, jack 6. Kenny, queen 5. Look at this. Kenny, with his queen 5, just flops top pair. Nobody else has a queen.
What's Kenny's shirt say?
Yeah, Basil, you
No,
always.
I mean, what's it say?
Basil, you push so many limits, man. You push so many limits. So that is a Father's Day shirt that was given to him. That's his 2 kids. Right below the things on that shirt, it has his 2 kids' names.
Wow.
And it says, we used to live somewhere, but now we're here.
Oh, wow.
So turn card comes out. A king doesn't change much for Duplantis. It's going to go check, check. Kenny throws out a little bet, and he pulls in the win. I mean, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now Kenny is, all of a sudden, Kenny's up $47.
Piece out of the hole.
So let's look at the VPIPs while Miss Whitney is shuffling. Oh, you're very welcome, Wendy. You're very, very welcome, Dennis. We love you guys. Can't wait to see. And tell him to travel safely back from East Texas. So here we go. VPIP, voluntarily put into the pot. Ian, 52%. Paul, 52%. Duplantis, very aggressive, 45%. Kenny, 40%. Jack the Natural, we don't expect him to be much above that because when his money goes in the pot, he takes it home, and I call it for coffee money. Moyer setting 27%. His is growing. And here we go. Hey,
I say Jack's the tightest guy in Midland and Odessa.
but he's also he does this for a living.
I know.
I mean, he's not going to risk his money.
He's tighter than Mr. Lewis.
Just like you, everybody thinks that you're so tight. Basil, I know you bluff all the time.
You already know.
Nobody else knows that. Look at this. Coach picks up a big hand, raises it up to dirty 30. We don't see Ian's cards yet.
Aiden don't know.
I know Aiden doesn't see them. It doesn't show cards on that screen. So
You don't know that I bluff.
we know you bluff. So here we go. 4-way action. $120 in the pot. Each player in for $30. 4-way action.
Coach with the mop hand. I'm telling you, dude, Coach is a lucky guy. Look,
Coach pulls out with top pair, top kicker. Flop comes out ace 10-3, but we don't know what Ian has.
well, he's gonna get action from Paul too, and Paul's a
Ian
loose-
calls. Ian calls. Look
I
at
know,
this.
Paul's a loose cannon. You know he's gonna get a call from Paul. Paul's in trouble right here unless he catches a 7 on the turn.
Paul's going to let it go on the turn, though, because
I don't
Coach
know.
bet
Not
45
if he
there.
catches a 7.
Well, if he catches a 7, he's in the lead. But Paul will float a call, but Paul will also fold when Coach bets 90 here. Watch this. Oh, no, that's going to make it tough.
Yeah, now he's got drawing. No,
Now he's got 2 pair with a 10 kicker. I mean, that's a big card. So Coach throws out $135. That's going to be enough for Ian to let it go. That goes in the muck, and Paul is going to let it go.
I don't think so.
Watch this. Look at this.
Oh,
He
so-
shows the
yeah.
ace and lets it go. I'm
Well, 'cause
impressed.
That's respect for Coach, though, because Coach, man, I'm telling you, he's not only good, but he's lucky.
Coach has always been a pretty good player, and it's been neat over the night to watch his chip stack grow because he started with just $800.
Yeah.
It was just right there with those 3 stacks. He's added another barrel of green. He's built up the stacks on red. I'm going to text Keisha and tell her to let us know when when it starts to let Basil know.
That's good. Well, we had like people waiting, but they probably started already. Thank you, she said. Wendy Harn. Dennis. I just bought $100.
I know. I got you. You help me, I take care of you. Duplantis under the gun calls the 7-6 with $5. Jeff, he's going to let that go. Moyer's going to let it go. Ian 6 deuce. Jack the Natural's not even there. Wouldn't play 10-4 anyways. That's 2 diamonds gone. Now Kenny is going to raise it up.
I like that Queen Jack suited. You know Mr. Lewis? But Jack the Nat, he's a type player.
Mr. Lewis.
Yeah. He used to play at the warehouse.
Oh, okay. And look at this. So Kenny raises it up to 20. Tyler picks up the killer again. Ace King 3 bets it up to $85. I think Kenny makes this call. Kenny's a pretty decent poker player. He'll
Well,
take some
I'm saying
risks.
Queen Jack is fucking good.
Basil.
Oh, my God.
I told you.
My bad,
Ladies
my
and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, I mean, Queen Jack's a good hand to start. And he hits it.
Yes, and he does hit it. And he checks.
Oh.
Tyler takes the lead with the betting, bet 75. Kenny makes the call. Turn card to 7 of hearts. That's a scare card. Not only do you have 4, 5, 7, you have 3 hearts out there now.
But that's not scaring Kenny.
And look at this. Kenny elects to go. Basil, the game just started. If you'd like to jump out there on that 1-2, buckle my
I'll
shoe.
turn a little bit.
And look at this. Kenny throws out 75. Tyler says, I know where you stand. I'm going to let it go. And just like that, Kenny pulls in
Start
an
is quick.
absolute beautiful pot.
No more F-bomb.
No more
I
F.
promise.
Guys and gals, if you're in the chat and you heard Basil drop that F-bomb, type in some ones.
I'm sorry.
Oh. we're gonna let him see this apology right here. We're gonna let him see this apology right there.
Sorry.
So not only did he drop an F-bomb on the first live stream, he got into this one and he's like, blah, 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 blah. We have these buttons like this. We have the buttons like that. We need to put in a bleep. So whenever you come in here, I can just have my finger over it
Bleep,
ready to
bleep,
beep.
Yeah.
Look at that. F it, Basil.
Damn.
Oh, what is going on, Mr. Carter?
Chris?
You need to head up here and get in the booth.
No, we don't want to fall asleep.
Oh, whatever. Carter's got more poker knowledge than most of us added
We
together.
don't want to fall asleep like he told what's his name.
Oh, who did he tell that to?
And he was the dealer.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
teacher.
Dude, check this out. Duplantis has King Jack, the KoJack house hand. Ian has King 8, flops 2 pair. Look at that. Look at that. You can't say it back, though.
Love you too, Chris.
Oh, Josh, yeah.
Yeah.
So bet $45 by 2 pair. Ian, Duplantis makes the call. Watch a 10 come on this and change it completely up. Duplantis has 8 outs, any 9, any 10, any jack.
2 pairs versus King Jack.
And look at this. Ian bet 25. That's so sneaky. $180. Oh, there it is. That was Duplantis' money card right there.
Oh, my
Ian goes
God.
from 2 pair in the winner's circle to second
Look
place.
at his mouth. Boy.
Look at that.
Look at his mouth's wide open.
Oh, Duplantis didn't know he had a straight. Did you see that? He was
Yeah,
watching the game. He flipped
yeah.
his cards over, said, I have a king. And then he goes, oh, I have a straight.
Yeah.
Come on, Carter. We're going to be running a long live stream tonight. Get on up here. Come
He
commentate
got
with me.
lucky.
I'll give you some of my pizza. I just ordered sausage and pepperoni with extra cheese. It's going to be good from Ray's Italian Bistro.
If it's any left. Sorry, nah, I'm just playing. I already ate.
He gets a piece before you. You drop the first F-bomb.
Oh, shoot.
All right, here we go. As the cards are going around, let's look at this. Went to showdowns, a very interesting stat. It shows whenever the players get into the hands, how often they complete that hand. Oh, it wasn't even going to let us see it. We'll have to wait till the end. Oh, there it is. It's going to be quick, though. Duplantis, in the hands that he's played, he's gone to showdown 36% of the time. That's the only one I got to see. But Ian got masterminded on that last one, and he's going to raise it up with Ace-Jack, $25. Tyler's going to make the call. I know that. Duplantis folds, coach, Queen 8. He's going to fish around a little bit. He's got almost 2K in his stack. And remember, this it's an adult page. I love it, Carter. He's got almost 2K in his stack. And remember, this game is 200 to 800 or 70% of the big stack.
I see Paws getting slaughtered.
Look at this, Queen 8, coach. Flops 2 pair.
I'm telling you.
You're
Coach-
telling me. Coach
I'm
is
telling
lucky.
you, Coach is lucky. Not only lucky, but good.
And the thing about being lucky and good is dangerous.
Yes.
And look at that little bet of $60 into a $100 pot. I can see Ian making the call, and he does. And that king on the turn gives Ian outs. He now is looking for a 10. He thinks he's looking for an ace or a 10, but Coach is going to make it too expensive for him to get there. $220 in the pot. Coach makes it a buck and a squirt, cow and a calf, $150. Carter understands that language. Buck and 2
Only
squirts.
a 10 and a 10 only.
Yeah, but Ian may have been thinking an ace would have been good there. But he's not going to go any further, and we still have not had a player eliminated from this. We're still sitting with the same OG 9
How come
players.
you ain't using that one spot?
Well, we're just playing 9 players.
Oh, not 10-handed?
No, they wanted to go 9 today, so we gave them 9.
Because I was going to ask for that little spot, but
Oh.
nah, I'm good then if you're only playing 9.
Yeah, they're only playing 9-handed, and we got quite a list. But that list is continuing to grow each and every day. Each and every minute, each and every day. That list is growing. Let's look and see what we
When
have.
did you start doing live on Saturdays?
Last week, we put it on the list for this week. We've got 3 cash games going right now. We've got people on the list. Felipe and Jose P. are on their way for 1-2.
Oh, hit and run, Felipe.
Oh, hit and run, Felipe. Next up on the list
Boy.
is Blaze in the live stream room, so he's waiting on his seat in here. But over at our sister club, Celebrity Card Club, they've got a 5 on the button table going, but they've also got a Saturday tournament. Let's see what Saturday tournament that is. That's the 3 p.m. free roll. If you've ever played in the CCC free rolls, you know they are huge, just about as big as Jeff's wired 7s right here. But their free rolls usually regularly pull in $3,000 to $6,000. Tyler 6'4", Jeff 7'7". Flop comes out 9-9-10. Tyler is the ultimate pressure stomper. He throws out $20. Jeff makes the snap call, makes it with 100.
See what Tyler does for a bluff.
So Tyler usually CC bets. C bets, it's a continuation bet.
Oh, man. Jeff ain't going nowhere.
No.
He's throwing in the white flag. Tyler. Drawing dead.
$50 to call. Look at this, Paul. What we're going to call him add-on, Paul. 3 Benjamins going in his stack. So over at the River League, our other sister club over in San Angelo, Texas, they've got tournaments running today too. So this is part of their Build Your Own Stack tournament. The more you play, the more you get. And they've already got 18 entries in that. It's going to, wow, I want to see what this, Build Your Own Stack. Let me see this.
There was a lot of turbulence coming back from North Korea, dog.
That's a quick flight flying back from North Korea, Basil. So let's look at this. Build Your Own Stack tournament at the River League. Starting stack $10 for $5,000. Anytime under $5K. Oh, I like this. So you don't get a starting stack. You can buy in for $10. That'll give you 5,000 chips, and you can do that up to $50,000. Holy crap. I love it. I love it. I want some more of it. So that is running. That's going to be a big prize pool over in San Angelo, Texas. Here we go. Ian, once again, raises up to a quarter pounder with ace queen. And so many people are folding so fast, his hand is just going up and down. Moyer looks down, and look at this. He's been getting crushed, flopping 2 pair, gets no action on his ace quisha, and does let it go. So, Basil, tell me about your worst beat in poker.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
Tell me about the one that sucked the worst. Which one do you remember the most?
Maybe flopping a boat with kings and then getting rivered. That wasn't fun. Yeah, when you flop a boat and you lose, it's pretty nasty.
Flopping a boat and losing sucks.
Yeah. Hey, you can't say that.
You can say
The
sucks.
S word. Nah. One for Charlie.
Hey, Basil even hit the right button there. Look at Basil. He's been back in this live stream room. He knows what it is. Welcome to the adult after hours of KoJack's Poker Club, where Basil's still not allowed to drop the F-bomb, but he does know where the good button is, the money button. All right, Jeff raises it up with the parking lot hand. Ace-King raises it up to $20. Ian does make the call with King-7, and Kenny, Ace-Deuce suited. Both of them dwarfed. King-7 dwarfed by Ace-King. Ace-Deuce dwarfed by Ace-King. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
You get Ace-King, you just flop the nuts. I mean, here it is right here.
Action flop.
Money in the bank. Shorty, what you drank. Check.
Oh.
Oh.
Is there a flush draw? Oh, the nut flush draw for Kenny.
And he does have the straight also.
Oh, my goodness. He's free rolling.
Yeah, and that's a true free roll. You see how he's 53%?
Yes.
And look at this. Ian's not out of it. An ace on the river gives Ian the same straight.
Yes, but, oh, my God, that's nasty for Kenny. Now they're going to chop it. Kenny don't know how lucky he got.
Bet 25. Jeff's going to raise it. 125.
Yeah.
Kenny's going to call it.
Snap.
There's nothing that can beat him.
Snap. And Jeff got lucky because,
And then now he sees that Jeff flopped it. Kenny turned it. And that's that. You know, the bad thing is ace queen is the parking lot hand. That's my bad, Carter. You're not in here to slap me on the back of the head when I call it the wrong hand. But that summarizes the way that Barger's night has been running right here. Gets ace king, flops absolute Broadway, gets turned into a chop pot, and
almost
unfair to him.
loses the hand.
Yeah, and almost loses the hand. That's kind of how he's been running. A while ago, he had pocket eights. He was behind on the flop. He folds. Turn card comes an 8 to give him a set of 8s. And just no bueno.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
She made chocolate chip cookies today.
Oh my God. What's up, Mama?
He said, where's my chocolate chip cookie?
Yeah, she's right here.
So if you've never been in the room, never met Basil, he is one of the first 25 players that signed up for the room.
Yes.
Maybe one of the first 20, maybe first 10.
Maybe the first one, though.
No, that was the owner. But he was one of the. Here we go, Ace King again. But he was one of the first players in the room. Basil's always been who Basil is.
Kim and John.
Kim and John, yep. He's always been one of the greatest mans. As a matter of fact, when I turned 21, this man bought me my first beer at Wolfers and Tweeters.
Yes, sir.
Back in 2001, yes.
Wasn't it Fast Freddy's?
No, yes, it was
Yeah,
Fast Freddy's. It was Fast Freddy's.
You were up there with.
I thought I was a pull shark, but found out real
Yeah.
fast I wasn't. So here we go. Quick pop building. 3-bet.
Action hand.
$55. We got Ace King versus Ace 5 suited versus Duplantis' Run Hot, King 10. Duplantis going to flop.
You
it
were
right
up there with Shannon.
Yep.
Mike Shannon.
here. Yep.
Yeah.
Flop. And I told you. I said King 10's going to flop it right here. Flop comes out 6-10-4. I think you may have been, Carter. I think you may have bought the first one from John.
Continuation bet.
And Duplantis just calls it. Coach bets it. Duplantis calls it. I like putting their last names. 9 on the turn. Will Coach continue or will he check? He knows Duplantis has a piece of it. Otherwise, he would not have made the call. There's the check. And Duplantis, shoot. That's a terrible card for Coach. Coach has Ace King. Duplantis has King 10. And it's going to be bet call. And there it is, bet call. He sees the 10. And he says, that's the first time we've seen unlucky Coach.
I'm surprised Duplantis didn't raise.
Basil, read up that comment right there from Mr. Kim.
Huh? Hi, Charlie and Basil. Great commentary job. I enjoy watching this live streaming. I'm sticking at work.
Yeah, you stuck at work for 4 days straight.
I hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Oh,
see you tomorrow, Duquesne.
Yeah, let's give him a double piece. All right, hold on. Let me get over here. Here we go, Mr.
All
Kim.
right, my
that is
brother.
to
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, baby. I hope work goes by fast today.
He's a nice man, dude. I like Mr. Duquesne.
Mr. Kim is a nice man. You know, he's like a
Well,
10th degree.
Ninth
degree black belt.
Well, he's a grandmaster.
Yes.
One
yes,
guy
yes.
you don't want to mess with.
Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm even just gonna show it on yours. Look at this. He can go like this, and he can kill you just with one finger.
Well,
I don't know if you can really do that.
yeah, I'm sure he can.
That I would love to see him in a true
He's got the
match.
Falcon.
Yeah, I would love to see Mr. Kim in a true fight. Look at this.
He's like
Paul,
Mr. Spock.
yes. Paul picks up the parking lot hand. Ace Quisha right behind him. Tyler, Ace 9 suited. Paul raises to 40. Tyler's going to make the call. Duplantis for once. Look at this. Game must be good. Texas Tech. Oh, Tech's losing to Colorado.
I'm glad he's on my side. Good friend to have. Good guy to know. What do you call it? What's the
Carter, read between the lines. This
What's a
shirt
good
is
guy
an
to-
awesome shirt. This hey,
What's a good guy to know? The saying.
GGTK.
Yeah, that's Mr. Duquesne.
Mr. Kim, yes. So here we go. Ace Queen versus Ace 9 suited, and it goes bet 55, call 55. Paul, if a 5 comes here, we could see some fireworks for a chop pot
How is that little blonde dealing and she's in here in the room?
because it's 15 minutes ago. Tyler's looking for 4 outs. 8 of
How you been,
spades,
mama?
5 of spades, 5 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, and that's it. And it's going to go bet, fold. Paul's going to pull in $100. Love you, Mr. Kim. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Don't forget, 3 p.m., the bounty tournament. If you're here before the end of level 1, you get 10,000 extra chips. We're throwing out an early bird special tomorrow. 10,000 extra chips to anybody registered before the end of level 1.
How long are the levels? 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
I think we're going to go with 15. Carter, if you think this shirt is like that, look at these shoes.
Oh, my God. This is Charlie showing it off.
Oh, he was talking trash about my shirt.
Dude,
Hey.
you should have wore a hat, too.
I was
Oh my
sporting the
God.
KoJack's hat.
Yes.
Sport the
If
KoJack's
you're
hat.
going to match, you got to match.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got over $8,000 on the table. Seat has not opened up yet, but we do have a must move to fill it in.
We love you, too, Duquesne.
We do have a must move to keep this table full. This table is going to run all night long, especially since we got the big TVs in this room in here with football on. These guys, and we just ordered Ray's Italian Bistro. These guys aren't going anywhere. And what's the house hand, Basil?
Kate.
KJ.
KJ.
Duplan-
KoJack.
Duplantis is behind, looking for a 10 or a queen to take the lead. Paul, though, with Jack 5, little Motown action pulling up middle pair.
The
And
gutter butter would be so nasty for me.
the gutter butter. I'd like to see a spade.
Tennessee Walker. 10 of spades.
Oh, a 9.
Oh, that's going to keep him in the hand.
What? They want to see it? Oh, that's so funny. MacBook walks in here, and they're watching it out in the room. Oh, the players out here? All right, so
It's
VPIP.
got to be.
VPIP. Ian is leading the VPIP action right now. Ian is at 52%. So Paul does get the check mark. Jackson Kings, his kicker's going to lay down. So I'm going to put the VPIP up live for you. Here we go. Ian is winning with the VPIP, 52%. Paul's not far behind with 50. Duplantis, 47. Jack the Natural sitting in the cellar with 16%.
Jack the Natural's tight.
So here we go. We're going to take another quick look at the chip stacks and the win percentages. And here we go. Coach up $987. Jeff is in the cellar, but that don't count him out because all it takes is one hand to flip around. And you're right, Carter. Jack's where he always is.
He's pulling chips out. Oh, Jack got busted. Oh, I can't say that. He's pulling chips out of his pocket.
All right, we are back, and if you look at Jack stacking those chips right there, so this is a $200 to $800 live stream, and this 5 on the button table does allow you to put 70%. Jack snuck a stack of black on there, and we just let him know that, hey, man, you got to take that off, and he's smiling because he knows he got caught. He said, man's got to try, and I said, you're allowed to have 1,200, and I think it was 1835 times 0.7. I said, you're allowed to have $1,285 on the table. So because Coach has the big stack and Coach has 1817 right now, so he can have 1230 on the table. And have you ever seen somebody get caught in a lie?
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that like cheating kind of?
Well, yes and no. He didn't mean to cheat. He just had the chips in his cup holder. He just took them out and set them up on the table because he sees Coach's stack.
Yeah.
But he does know now that he can only have 1285. So as soon as he comes back in from smoking, this was 15 minutes ago. So when he comes back in from smoking, we did get it corrected for him. Flop comes out, King, King 3. What better than for Duplantis just to flop the Jack Link's beef jerky nuts?
The nutty.
The nutty patutties. Thank you, Whitney. I'm good. Basil, you need a water or anything?
Thank you.
So bet, fold, and this is what sucks about flopping the nuts on a board like that. You're not going to get any action.
You get no action.
You get no action. You get no love. What the deuce? What the deuce?
Old Jack putting some sneaky tricks on the
He tried. He tried. But Jack likes to play by the rules, so he wasn't paying attention. We got him. We got him corrected. You know, he's played games with Amarillo Slim.
Dude, I'm sure he played with Jesus too. No?
Oh, not quite that far back.
Jack goes way back.
Not that far back.
Jack the Natural. He played with Jesus and Moses.
You still loving your vet, Basil? Or are you liking your?
Yeah.
No, dude, it's not going to be canceled. We've already got I think 12 or 14 players that said they're going to be here for the start of the tournament. So it's going to be good. We're letting everybody know about the change in time today. We're letting everybody know that it's coming.
We played last week, dude.
Oh yeah, it did. No, he's talking about 2 bounties ago. Oh no, yeah, dude, it did play
It
last
just
week.
started, yeah.
Oh no, the week before last it didn't. It did get canceled. Week
But it was on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when before you changed it to Sunday.
Yeah, we flipped it over to Sunday. So here we go. I like to see these type of hands. Ian says, I smell weakness. I'm going to raise it up with my 8-4 suited. And here we go. $35. If you want to play, you got to pay. Queen Jack calls, 9-8 calls, and Ace 6 is in the pot as the raiser. So here we go. 4-way action.
There's this one guy that told me never play Ace 6.
Why?
He said you never win with that hand,
But look at this.
Yeah, but
I mean,
look at
you
this.
flop
Yes.
the
The
nutty
world.
draw.
Yeah,
Yes.
the
Flops
world.
top pair. Tyler's got a 7 to a gut shot. Queen 7 gone. Ian does not want to see the 7 because then he'll have the 8 high straight. Tyler will have the 9 high straight.
Yeah.
So Duplantis is looking for a diamond.
Duplantis got this on lockdown pretty much. If he bets, they can't call. And Tyler's taking the lead. He's betting. Ian's all in for on this hand.
Yep, all in for 200. No, he's got chips behind him. It's all in to call. Duplantis went all in for $1,206. I was like, how is Ian all in with a gut shot? He's not crazy. He's taking one more
all
peek
in
at his
to
hand.
call. Yeah, see, Duplantis did the right thing. He's got a wrap on them.
So he bet $100, and Duplantis said, "Oh no, he bet $60." And Duplantis, or no, he bet $40, and Duplantis said, "All in."
Yes.
And he said, "Just give me your $40 and go home, kid. Let me show you how the adults do it at this table."
Don't draw at the gutter 7. Could have came.
You're right, but what if it was a 7 of diamonds?
You never know. Oh, she ran it. She ran it down. And it was a diamond. I don't know if it was a 7.
And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the dealer booth, Mr. C. Mac and Cheese himself, Cody Mac.
You can chase a rabbit?
No.
She just did.
No, she didn't.
Yeah,
Are you telling on our dealers here?
I seen her put the 2
Oh,
cards down.
Basil's following by the rules. Look at this
What's
man
going
right
on?
here.
What's going on?
Dropping F-bombs and following by the rules. What the heck is he doing over here?
Whitney, step into my office.
Yes.
Talk to you.
But you can't say why. So let's take a peek at the stacks. We've got some massive stacks building on this table. Maybe as soon as it pops up. Oh, we're doing a double board bomb pot. Coach, 1,802. Duplantis right behind, 1,490. Jack the Natural, 1,300. Going to have to pop some of those chips off there. He will in just a minute. Moyer, 1,255 on the upstring. Kenny on the up, started with 800. Paul started with 940. He's down to 440, or 900. He's down to 440. Tyler started with 800 down to 355. Ian started with 500 down to 280, and Jeff's in for 1,000, and he's down to 265. He's got some work to do, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that they're looking for right here, because what this means is it's double board bomb pot.
Jeff's the biggest loser right now.
And here we go, a little PLO action, double board bomb pot style.
We got Cody back in Midland, I heard.
What's that?
We got Cody back in Midland.
Cody moved on back.
Yeah. He's not a good dealer, man.
Man, he's like a machine when he deals.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Look at this. 4 deuce deuce for the bottom board, even though they're flipped on here.
I just wish he would deal me better hands, but he's a good dealer.
So does he deal you bad hands, or do you play bad hands?
He kills me.
Isn't that crazy how you can pick a favorite dealer and other dealers? So here we go. Bottom board comes out Jack deuce 10. Top board comes out 2 4 4. Looking for 4s in the hand. There's 1 4 right
Yes,
there.
And he laughs about it.
Man, look at that best hand in poker.
Oh, my goodness.
53. 53. There's only one person with a 4. There's 2 5-3s out here.
There's a lot of 10s.
And on the bottom board, which is the top, it's a queen of spades. So we're looking for ace king for this board right here. That's Jack the natural. No more ace kings. No 9-8s, are there?
Jack's got a pretty much locked down on this one.
Yeah, Jack's got the Broadway board locked down. Now on this, I only see one person with a 4. He's got a 4 pocket 7s.
28%. He needs a 7 on the bottom just to kill it.
They all suck. Look at that. Carter says, all the dealers suck. Instead of handing out MAGA hats, it's never my expert play. My favorite thing about your play, Carter, is when you're running good and you're talking that trash to them. Ooh, they can't handle it.
Oh.
And the 4 comes on the bottom, so that makes Jeff feel pretty confident. Holton with the case 4 is on the other board. Looking for anything. So that's going to be Jack the natural taking Broadway and Moyer. Oh, flush. I didn't even see it. Moyer pulled out the flush.
Yes, he did. Ian did too. The little one.
Yeah, the wee itty bitty one.
Yes. They might get Ian in trouble right there.
Well, they've already showed down, so no more betting. Moyer pulls in half of that 270. Jack pulls in the other half of that 270, 135 going to each of them. That's about a $90 profit. Jeff taking one more look at his hand, looking at that. He's like, man, I got 4. I can't make that queen a king. I was almost right there.
It's a good lay down by Jeff.
It's fun looking at all the play back here. I'm as pure as driven snow. Driven snow is pressed down, packed down hard. Is that what you're talking about? I've never heard that term before. I like that. I will use that tomorrow at work. I'm as pure as driven snow. I would have had to call it a lie if you said you're as pure as fallen snow, but you're as pure as driven snow. So that means it's been packed down hard and cold as ice. I got it. I just got it, Carter. Leave it up to me to get there a few minutes late. So
Moyer with the best hand in poker. Let's watch it.
Okay.
He folded it. What a,
oh
my God.
What a nit.
What a nit.
Folding Basil's hand while Basil's
Oh, my goodness. I tried to play the 5-3 for you. It did me dirty.
It did you dirty. You didn't raise it enough.
Man, it was dirty. What are you vaping on?
None. What's her name? Bake the cookies. Queen 7-7. Jeff just flops all of it. You see all that snow, Carter, they got? Oh, you see, well, I thought that was a 10. You see all that snow they got in northeast Arizona, northeast New Mexico, man? They got buried 3 feet of snow.
I was talking to Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer. If you don't know Basil's got a nick. Hey, what is my nickname?
Egghead Charlie.
Egghead Charlie. Okay.
You gave it to yourself.
Yep. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. Mama's watching. Carter, you're not coming up here. You can't come up here now. Mama's gonna cook you. So just like that, the queen bet $65. The queen does make the call. And Jeff finally has some run good. Look at that. Pulling in a pot. He's starting to dig his way out of the hole. He was down just around 9. Now he's down 790. So he is on the correct way up.
He's got a long ways to go.
But really, so he's got 330 in his hand right now. He goes all in, gets 2 callers. He's even.
That's the way it goes.
I mean, that's how crazy poker is, and that's especially how crazy poker is in West Texas.
You want to tell me about poker so sick?
Poker's so sick.
Like KoJack's.
Poker's so sick at KoJack's. You notice we put that that hashtag on all of our posts now. Poker's so sick.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, look, we put it on. I put it on every single one of our. I took it from you,
That's awesome.
and let me find one right here. Nope, you can't see it on that. Let me go to home. No, it's not going to let me do that.
Ace Quisha, the natural.
Ace Quisha. I have to go this way. Ace Quisha. Dante Larson nicknamed that for us.
Dante.
Dante Larson. It's on all of our threads. Poker's so
Oh.
sick. And that's from you. 5-way action. Flop comes out. The house hand, King Jack of diamonds with a 6. And that gives Kenny a very good straight draw. That gives Jack a gut shot to Broadway. Or not a gut shot, but I can't really call it an open ender because there's nothing above the ace. But a 10 to Broadway. Moyer flops. Middle pair. Nobody with a king.
That's a gutter ball.
Jeff throws out $30, running on his wired card streaks.
Is Kenny going to get there?
Watch it be a 7 of diamonds.
That's a scary card.
4 of hearts on the Tazern.
Queen Jack is looking good.
And Moyer does have everybody covered, and he's not going to get. Oh, he gave him a free card. I thought he wasn't. A 10 on the river, and that would have got Ace Quisha there. Who folded
Yeah.
that?
Jack the natural.
Jack the natural, kicking himself under the table. That's
probably.
probably why he went outside and smoked right here. Yep, that's exactly what he did right there.
And he still has all them chips on
Well,
the
he's
tray.
going to take them off when he comes back right here. So quick look at the VPIP. I know Carter loves these VPIPs. I know Carter loves those VPIPs. So here we go. Ian up at top, 53%. Jack the Natural is actually at 20%. That's pretty good. That's
is
pretty
pretty
good.
good.
1 out of 5 hands, he voluntarily puts money in the pot. Moyer just above that. Coach just above that. Then we start really moving up. Jeff and Tyler, 36, 35 respectively. Kenny, 40, 46 for Duplantis, 50 for Paul. And Mr. Ian is in the lead with VPIP. And
Does that mean he's the aggressor?
that means he's the most aggressive at the table. He voluntarily puts money
Yes.
into the pot when he doesn't have to. And here we go. Ian's on the button. Jack's King 9, the K9, the German Shepherd going in the muck. Kenny's Jack 8, Paul's 7-4, Tyler's 9-2. These are all gone. They don't even know it. We know it before they know it. Duplantis going to make the call for 5. Come on, Tennessee Tyler. Ooh, Tennessee Tyler.
Tennessee Tyler.
Oh, he didn't even realize that Paul's already folded. Oh, there he goes. Duplantis 8-8, Ace 8. He's going to make the call. Coach, he may play this.
Dead man's hand.
I knew he was going to play that. Jeff, 95 fold. Moyer, 10-3 going in the muck. And Ian, deuce on the button is probably going to raise it to 20. Let's see how good I am. Oh, no, he checked it. So 3-way action. Pocket deuces, 63, and ace
They
8.
say deuces never loses, but they don't work for me, bro. But we'll see if it works for Ian.
Carter, we'll do it right after this, okay? We'll bring that up. Flop comes out, King of Clubs, Jack of Clubs, 5. No help to anybody. Ian's deuces. The bottom pair in poker is in the lead, but Coach says, I'm going to bet it.
Yeah, look at Coach's aggression with 6-3.
Yes.
He's a good card reader, that's for sure.
Look at this, and it pulls around. So we're going to pop up the VPIP real quick. Carter, since you're watching, and we're going to look at the loosest players, okay? We're going to look at the top 3 VPIPs, and then we'll compare it over. So the top 3 VPIPs, Ian, Paul, Duplantis, and Kenny, all over 40. Ian, Paul, Duplantis, and Kenny. Now let's flip over, and Jeff's at 35%. So let's flip over to the win percentage. Come on, baby.
Thank you.
And here's the win percentage. So Duplantis is up. He's the most aggressive. Ian, after that lost, Ian is the most aggressive, and he's down the most, but it can flip just like that. Paul and Kenny. Paul is down 345, and Kenny's up. So it's a 50-50 split between the top 4 VPIPs. It's a 50-50 split. That's crazy.
That's what sucks about being aggressive too.
Yes, I mean you got to be
You
ready
get
to
in the
ride that
trade.
roller coaster, up and down, jumps and gons. So here, profit wise, it's not though. Yeah, I know what you're meaning. I know what you're meaning, Carter. Carter. Here we go. Parking lot hand in the house again. Kenny raises it up to dirty 30. Hey, look at that. Jack's chip stacks got cut in half. Oh, you gotta love. If you ain't trying, you're not gaining. So here we go. Look at this. Buttons on Kenny now with that beautiful shirt. And Paul throws out that $10 straddle. You hear that little giggle from Basil over here. We may be grown men, but we still have it's childish.
That's a pretty shirt.
Sure is a purdy shirt. That was a very clever shirt for a Father's Day present
Yes.
because it's got both of his kids' names below each one of those. So Carter, here in a second, we'll take a look at the Winter Showdown and compare that to the win and loss.
Duplantis with the walking stick.
Carter says it doesn't matter what Jack's hand is. He doesn't play a hand unless it's a big one.
You know him better than we do.
So here we go. Pocket sevens making its way around the table again. Duplantis raises it up. Duplantis is on a heater.
Walking sticks. The only thing is, there's already one out.
Yep,
And he's
one's
out.
dead, and that's just judging if one doesn't get put in the muck. So here we go. Four-way action. $80 in the pot. Flop comes out 36-10. 36-10. Sevens are in the lead. Paul's got a pair of sixes, but he's Snow White in the seven, dwarf to Brian's pocket sevens.
This is when you know you're lucky, bro, when you hit the one outer. If he hits that 1-7, that's a one outer from the dead.
I'd like to see an 8 or a 9 right here to give him outs. King. That might be, well, no, it's gonna go bet and call.
Nah, he's going to fold.
I think he calls.
He folds. You want to bet? 1 hour. No, I'm just saying.
I bet you $1. I like dollar bets.
He's going to fold. I know.
I owe you $1.
Yeah.
Dang it. Poker's so sick. Just so you know, players always do the opposite of what I
Well,
say.
Duplantis is smart. I mean, he's not a.
He's not a chump.
There's 2 overs, king and 10. He's not going to call $80. He loves his money too much. I guess we all do, though. But
We all do.
yeah.
Basil, don't forget, there is a seat out there. They're playing like
I'm on my way.
seven-handed. Okay.
No, they're 500, she said.
Oh, they're five-handed still?
Yeah, but I'm gonna
Six.
go join them.
All right.
I enjoyed it, Charlie.
Let me let you tell everybody bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Peace. See y'all on the poker table tomorrow.
Yes, don't forget what he's talking about. He's talking about the bounty tournament returns. Thank you so much, Basil. The bounty tournament returns to KoJack's tomorrow at 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. And $200 entry, $20 instant add-on. Don't forget, if you're here before the end of level 1, you get that extra 10,000 chips. 10,000 chips. You're going to want to take advantage of that. So here we go. Jack 9, 10, 7, ace 8, queen 6. Paul's playing, raised to $15. Three callers. Flop comes out ace 9, 5, working 9 to 5 Dolly Parton style. Kenny picks up the best of it. Tyler's got second pair, not going to go anywhere to a little bet. And Kenny does bet it like he's got it, pretty ABC. And Tyler does make the call. Duplantis does let it go. So we're now heads up. Pair of aces versus a pair of nines. $110 in the pot. Turn card comes a king of clubs. Not going to change a whole lot. It's going to go check, bet, call. Check, bet. Maybe check, bet, fold. Oh, it goes check, bet, fold. Kenny pulls in another winner chicken dinner. That puts Kenny back on the plus side now. $47 in the gold. It's so weird. Right now, Cody's standing in here with me, but he's over here dealing on the table. It's so weird to see yourself. You can watch your bad habits. You don't have any, but you can always see your bad habits. with that freshly shaved head. 5 on the button now on Mr. Tyler, moving around to hand number 65, City 5. Here we go, hand number 65, waking up with the parking lot hand right behind 55. That's halfway to the best hand in poker, 5-3. And look at this, Moyer picks up a monster. So it was raised to $35, call of $35, raised to a cow and a calf, as Chris Carter knows it. That's 150. Actions on Ian with ace 7 suited. I can see him maybe shoving it all in, and he chooses not to. Jack's king 10 goes into the muck. Kenny looks down. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny just made a hero fold right there. Ace queen into the muck. That was a great fold. Duplantis, $115 to make the call with the same hand that Kenny just folded. I think he lets it go. He doesn't like the looks of it, and he does let it go. I could see Coach calling here. I can 100% see Coach calling simply due to the fact that his position he's way out of position, but he's $922 up. So this, he's going to let it go. Look at this respect for Moyer. Miss Moyer, did you see that? The respect that your man commands at the table, and he pulls in a beautiful win. Just like that. Raise to 35, call 35, raise to 150, and they ship it his way. So you better make sure that Versace purse is coming in Santa Claus's bag to you, Miss Moyer. By the way, how far is the Christmas tree up? Carter, quick question for you. When should you start putting up Christmas decorations? Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Fighting off a little bit of a cold here. Don't forget, we got a private game up on the list. 10 on the button, round of each game tonight. But Carter, when is and Carter's woman, when is the proper time to put up Christmas decorations? I'll tell you after you answer that. So we got a whole new group of people, fresh faces in here watching. Where's everybody tuning in to KoJack's Live tonight? Don't forget, tomorrow at 3 p.m., we have the bounty tournament. Jack the Natural picks up the basil. And look at this. That's what he thinks of the best hand in poker. It goes into the muck. Duplantis makes the call of the straddle for 10. And here we go. Three-way action. Coach versus Jeff versus Duplantis. Seats 8, 9, and 10. Flop comes out 7, 9, 5. Coach picks up a pair. Duplantis picks up a 6 gut shot. And Jeff doesn't pick up too much. Bet a 30. Coach lets his pair go. Jeff's going to let his go. And Duplantis is going to pick it up. Duplantis was behind, but he did have 9 outs. I concur with Chris. Day after Thanksgiving when the tree goes up. I like that. That's how my family's always done it. The day after Thanksgiving, on Black Friday, you know, the guys would always go shopping in for the women's Christmas presents. And then the women would stay at the house. All the ladies would stay at the house, and they would put up the Christmas tree in the house. But I like to put them up, and I still never have done this, but I like to put it up right at the beginning of November. That way, turn on the Christmas lights. Santa Claus is flying his sleigh over the house. He can see that I'm being a good kid. Maybe fill my stockings not so much with coal. But are y'all an artificial Christmas tree people, or are you real Christmas tree peoples? That's such a weird question to ask. So out in the chat, do you like real Christmas trees, or do you like fake Christmas trees? Oh, I can't touch that one, Carter. I can't touch that one. But I will say this. Merry Christmas to you this year, Mr. Carter. Here we go. Tyler's going to wish he wouldn't have walked away. Oh, he's right there at the table. He was just standing up talking. So I was going to say he was wishing he wouldn't walk away from this. Baseball season's coming. He'll get it back from us, testing out, taking those kids, readying them for oh, my gosh, it's going to be a big hand. Look at this. Tyler looks down at King 10 and raises it up to $75. Coach looks down at pocket ladies, raises it up to $300. Or Duplantis, and look at this. Coach instantly folds pocket 8s. Wow. Now it's going to be all into Jeff to make this call. Ace Jack. I mean, what's going on here? Ian, King 9. He's not going to want to put him in with this. He's going to let it go. Kenny 9-7. That's instant muck. Paul 10-8. Instant muck. I wonder if Tyler calls. 225 to make, and he shows him. He's folding. He says, "You're behind. You got one over. You got one over." So, Wendy, I haven't had, I guess the last time that I had a real Christmas tree, I love real Christmas trees. I just think that there's something poetic about them. It just really makes it feel like Christmas. I want to say, and I'm going to miss by 2 or 3 years, but the last time that we had a real Christmas tree, I was probably 8 or 9 years old. I still believed in Santa Claus. But picking up those dang pine needles was so bad, and I begged and begged and begged for a real Christmas tree so that Santa would enjoy it. And my dad went out and we bought one. It was in the parking lot that we bought it of. If you're from Midland, where Ace Hardware and that Albertsons are on Andrews Highway in Cuthbert, right here by us. That's where we bought our Christmas tree, and I thought it was the greatest thing in the world until I had to start picking up the pine needles because the vacuum cleaner couldn't suck them up. That and the tinsel, it would stop up the vacuum cleaner. So ever since then, it's been a fake one. But I think this year I'm going real. I'm going real this year. And Carter, my mom has always told me that when you stop believing in Santa Claus, you only get underwear and socks for presents. And so to this day, I still believe in Santa Claus. So here we go. We got another big hand in the making. Suited Jack 4, suited 9-3. Coach Ace 10 off. Jeff King Queen suited. Vacuuming there's nothing worse than vacuuming tinsel. I love it. It's so pretty. So here's another question for you since we're talking about Christmas and I watched Home Alone last night. Are you a solid color Christmas lights on your Christmas tree? Are you a multicolor Christmas lights? I like blue lights. I think they're so perfectly pretty. And look at this. Ian with his Jack 4 just flops trips on everybody. Luckily for everybody else, nobody gets much of anything, but Coach says, I'm still going to bet 40-ish. See where I am, $45 in there. Ian's just going to snap all in. Look at that. You like multicolor, red, green, purple, just the primary colors? Ian snaps all in. This is going to be Coach's fold. He didn't want to fold. He put that 45 in there to try to steal it. 325 in the pot. Another 170 to call to make it in. Solid. So, Wendy, what is your favorite color to put on the Christmas tree? What is Dennis's? I am a blue or green. I like the solid colors. Every once in a while, I like to let them blink. I think it looks great. You know, Christmas Eve when you're getting ready to go to bed and you hang the stockings for the little ones, and it's just flashing, looking so good in there. Solid white. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, so your Christmas tree is elegant. Okay, I see how your Christmas tree is very elegant. Okay, I'm looking that up right now, Carter. Tree Farm in Terrell. Is that 2 L's, 1 L? Wells Family Tree Farm. Holy cow, that is whoa. I'm going to flip the camera around just so you can see this picture, Carter. This is absolutely awesome. Let me turn my phone so you can see it. So what Carter's talking about there is, where's the camera? Camera 2. Oh, what Carter's talking about right there is the tree farm. I hope that comes through the same way that I'm trying to depict it. They just grow Christmas trees. Man, that is awesome. Oh my gosh, he's like Clark Griswold. Miss Moyer, artificial tree, and the kids are watching, so of course yes. Santa comes to my house every year. He eats my cookies, and he puts whatever and I still to this day, I always ask Santa for a Hot Wheel. Every year of my life, I've gotten one Hot Wheel, and it's always there. So, I love that Dennis is outside. I haven't put up Christmas lights outside in a long time, and I went to the garage this morning and I started pulling out the Christmas lights. And I've been buying them over the course of the last couple of years, whenever they go on sale the day after Christmas. And so now I have all of these Christmas lights. I don't know what I want to do. And I wish I had the money to do. I know everybody saw it on TikTok and on Facebook. The guy who did the Halloween super light show with all the music. Oh man, I would love to do something like that. Yes, and you see that, kids? Carter was a terrible person, so Santa dropped a stocking with a lump of coal, but this year Carter's been good, so he's going to get some beautiful presents. And speaking of beautiful presents, 2 4s on the flop, trip 4s for Mr. Tyler, $40 in the pot, going to make a bet, and Ian's going to call because Ian's got the straight flush gut shot draw. And there's the flush. So now Tyler is in some trouble. This is Ian's comeback time. $80 in the pot, $40 bets. Ian's going to call it. He's going to let him try. Oh, yeah, he does call. He's going to let him try to catch up. Oh, now that was a savior card for Tyler. Any heart wins now. It's going to go check bet. Ian's going to bet, and Tyler's going to fold. So, Miss Moyer, what's the big kids presents this year? What are they asking for? Every year, you know how it's a new system. What are they asking Santa for this year? Curious to what to get. I got a 15-year-old, and I'm not quite sure. Oh, those are pretty. All right, another question for Miss Wendy and Miss Moyer. Snow on the tree or no snow on the tree? What's that? Flock? Flock. Okay, so I'm learning a new term right now. Flock is the name of it? It's called flock? Okay, so Carter says, I'm asking for a car. So do y'all do the trees without the snow or with the flock, as I just learned the name of it is? I love learning. I love learning new words. Jack 9, 8, deuce, 10, 7. 3 players to the flop, all in it cheaply. This is going to be a quick hand. No snow, LOL. I like that. What about multiple Christmas trees in the house? Do you put multiple Christmas trees, like one little one in the kitchen? I think that's so awesome when people do that. 5 on the turn, check, check. River card comes out, a deuce of hearts. That's bottom pair for Ian, but that Jack is going to get it and still going to go check, check. $55 heading over to Paul. Oh, yes. No, you're 100% right. That is because his birthday is the 15th of December, and that is on his Christmas list. So if anybody has a car that they're selling really cheap, I need it to be solid steel, made before 1984, banana boat. That's the safe thing. Whatever's on sale. So I love asking stupid questions, and I'm so glad people are talking back. So do you guys change? Yes, I have decided to my alma mater. Yes. Do you guys change Christmas lights every year? Or do you reuse the Christmas lights? Because I know it's such a pest when you plug in the Christmas lights, and the next thing you know, one of them's out, and you can't figure out which one's out. That's causing the whole string. The last artificial tree that I bought came with Christmas lights on it, and luckily they were solid blue. But I would like a little bit taller tree. What is your alma mater? Oh, I love Christmas. I love Christmas. Texas Tech. I know that's yours. Did they? Oh, they're losing right now. I can see it, 20-34. Dang it, Carter. I was hoping for you. Flop comes out on the double board. Bomb pot. Ace King 8. Other board comes out. Ace Queen 9. 2 hearts on the top. Skittles on the bottom. So does your son like the Star Wars themed Lego sets? Does no flock too many ornaments? I love it. Does your son like the Lego sets or the Marvel type sets? I know Damien loves the Lego. He's got the Death Star that he built. It was something like 6,000 people. Look at this. Turn card comes out another queen and a 9 of diamonds. Jack has 3 sevens in his hand. That's why we don't see any more besides Paul holds the other one. Graduated from UT. Makeloff Tiger State champions, 3 years in football. I love it. Graduated from University of Texas. Hey, just so you know, check out, Carter's going to make fun of it. Check out that shirt right there. Oh, yeah. Check out these shoes right here. Oh, yeah. Guns up. Carter's going to love that. He's going to love that one for you, Miss Moyer. Harry Potter, Star Wars, we love them both. Legos are the greatest thing ever invented. 3 players left to go on this hand, 3 on the turn, and a king on the bottom board. Holy cow. And that, I think that's a sweep. Aces full of queens and ace 8 on the bottom. That's going to be a sweeper for Kenny. $360 in the pot. Sweeper, sweeper. Thank you very much, Wendy. And here it is. This is the first swept bomb pot we've seen of the day. All of it heading towards Kenny. Oh, guns up, Carter. And there we go. Jeff all in $80. Kenny's gonna win it all. Jeff had king queen. That summarizes how he's been running today. Unfortunately for him, flops a queen, turns trip queens. Rivers the second biggest boat on there. Queens are the third. Queens full of, it would have been aces full of queens, kings full of queens, and then the other way around. But unfortunately for him, it is busted out. Let me go grab a player. I will be back. 1 second. All right, so we're filling up the table. We got wild player coming in. We enjoy Mr. Eddie joining in. He's driving in from out of town, coming in to have some fun. And he's also going to be coming in with $1,100. He's taking the big stack. Guns up. Yes, guns up. So one thing my daddy always taught me is, number one, in NFL, you root for the Cowboys. Number two, you root for any other Texas team versus anybody else. In college football, you root for UT first, then you root for any other Texas team playing anybody else. And in baseball, you root for the Rangers first, and then you root for any other Texas team. Same in basketball, root for the Mavericks and any other basketball team. Flop comes out, all diamonds, all spades, and nobody's got a piece of that. We got a king, and the king, oh, look at this. Nobody's got a spade. First to bet, look how fast they're checking. I love hands like this. Checks around. First to bet, all spades. If everybody checks down, it's a chop pot. I want to see everybody check. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had he mucks his cards. Oh my gosh, he mucks his cards. Oh, he's going to see this. Look at this. He mucks his cards. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you see Tyler, he mucks his cards and everybody else gets their money back. Oh, no. Oh. Well, Wendy, I kind of have to. I'm a closet A&M fan, and the only reason I'm a closet A&M fan is I have been to more A&M college football games than any other stadium in the state of Texas, just simply due to the fact that my brother-in-law's family are all graduates from A&M, and so when my sister and her husband got married back in '97, I would always get to tag along. So they started dating in '94. No, they got married in '95. Holy cow! So in '95, they would drag me along, and I would always get to go to the UT games. I mean the A&M games, and it was all hey Carter, and it was always so great when we would go to the UT A&M game, and UT would smack that bottom. Easy, Carter. So everybody got a piece of that last pot except for Tyler, who mucks it. Five-way chop. He mucks his cards, so everybody made a little bit of extra money, courtesy of Mr. Tyler, but that's okay. He's in the hole, but he is coming back up. It's full now. So joining us in the booth, Mr. Daryl Hopkins, if you know him. He's a pretty dang good bowler. Oh, he's a pretty dang good bowler and even a better poker player. But I think he gets a little bored with 2-card. He likes 4-card, 5-card a whole lot more.
For sure, for sure.
So here's what we got tonight. I'll put up the ups and downs here in just a second. 5 players in the pot, $75. Kenny's going to lead out with his A7. He's pretty ABC when it comes to betting his hand, but that's a pretty draw heavy board, especially with Jack the Natural. When he puts money in the pot, you don't want to be in it.
That's right.
So you look at the stacks. Stacks are already growing 1,300, 1,100, 1,300. And pot's 265, and Duplantis is going to snap raise it with the Nizuts. King Jack, and Kenny's dead at that point. Oh, that would have been, and Duplantis says this many. He didn't even count it out, this many.
And Brian, when he makes that bigger bet on the river, you always know he has it.
Yes.
He's never bluffing in that spot, ever.
Perfect. No, so Brian has played pretty hard today. He started off the day, bought in for 800, lost 600 of it, bought in back into 800, and then from that point on, no, he lost 400 of it, and from that point on, he's been running hot. Oh, look at this. Carter says he doesn't need to be in here in the commentary. He needs to be on the table. Clearly the best player in the room tonight. Well, they got a private game about to go off at 7:30 tonight. Daryl's just a little bit early, and I begged him, please, please, please. I was in there, and he said he'd come give some expert commentary because you get my joking commentary, but when he's in the booth, you get true stuff. And look at this. Straddle for 10, straddle for 20. Oh, I thought that was an all-in. I didn't even – he's moving seats. I was like, and we've got an all-in with no cards.
Tyler wanting to get back there behind Coach instead of in front of him.
So seat 9, seats number 8, 9, and 1 have been the hot seats tonight. Duplantis, Coach, and Moyer, and Barger just got sandwiched tonight in some bad positions, and every time he had a boat, he had queens. Flop came, he flopped trip queens. Flop was ace queen queen. Other person had ace queen. He calls, river card comes a king. He just in second place every time tonight. But he was in a spot where it would always go bet, call, raise, and so he just had a bad position.
Well, you have Coach and Moyer back there on the backside like that. They're better players, more experienced players. They're always gonna 3-bet you and raise in positions and find out where they're at early on in hands.
And what I was saying earlier is Moyer's game has completely changed in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He went from just your average 5 on the button player to a winning player.
Yeah. He's been a good student of the game for sure.
We got a super salty 5 on the button game out there on table 3. It's pretty good. Ian's been on an up and down pace. I meant to put the win percentages up, but Tyler's down 860. Ian's down 845. So they got some room to grow on. I'll put them up on the screen to make it easy to see after this hand. Flop comes out queen 7-4 all spades, but Paul says I got 2 pair. And Paul's been on a pretty, yes, Moyer does study, Carter, you're correct. And his wife loves to set, his wife's watching the stream. She watches all of his games. And every time that he wins, you can see her in the chat. She's putting up a Christmas tree getting ready for Santa with her kids. Yeah. We just saw a five-player chop all spades on the board. Tyler mucks his hand as soon as the last spade came out. So 4 players got to chop up the pot. And we almost got to see it again. Almost got to see it again. So here we go. We're going to put the win percentages and the stacks up. It's going to take a quick second, but kind of show you where everybody's at. We're about to have a player sit down in seat number 7. He's going to sit down for the table max at the time, which is going to be 1,170% of the big stack. So Duplantis is up 793. Coach is up 727. Moyer up 620. The Natural 540. Kenny up 152. Out of those players right there, is it any surprise that they're up?
The only surprise maybe a little bit would be Duplantis being the actual leader. I mean, he's a good player, a good solid player. Coach is certainly no surprise. Moyer certainly no surprise.
And then when you look at VPIPs, how the VPIP plays with that. I'm going to put the VPIP up over this hand. Maybe. But Kenny looks down pocket fives, Ian, Queen, Jack. So the VPIPs, Ian's at 50% VPIP, Duplantis 48, 46, and then Moyer and Jack are fighting with 19, 20.
I think as Mike has gotten to know all the players now and plays a lot more than he used to play, not only has his game's gotten a whole lot better, but now he's completely comfortable with whoever he's sitting across from. And for a player, that's the biggest part of the game anyway. So, Coach is probably, getting back to him, he is probably one of the top 3 players over the age, one of the older players. I'm not picking on him at all because I'm one of them, but he is a student of the game too, and starting to play at a higher level, travel when he plays. And I think him and Moyer actually have become pretty good friends, and it's always good in the poker circles to have 2 or 3 friends in your group that like to study the hands and you can talk hands over with. I think those 2 have become pretty good friends, and that always helps because they like to play some tournaments, talk strategies, and that's a good thing. That just helps everybody get better.
And you're talking about talking strategies, when just as simple as when Johnny Blaze went to Poker House and won that 45,000, he was talking strategy with every single one of y'all that were down there. I mean, that's a big confidence and motivational boost.
KoJack's has been a good place for a lot of players to get better, and it was a place for good players to get even better. And now we have, I feel like in this area we have a stable. There's at least 20 players that at any time, if you say they finished in the top 3 in a tournament anywhere,
It's not surprising.
it's not surprising at all. So
I mean, look at your runs in Choctaw. You cashed in, what, 5 straight tournaments, 4 straight tournaments?
we've had some. Choctaw is a good place to go. They're having a series right now. In fact, today's the main event up there, but
That's the $1,800 one?
it is. Okay. But I became a grandpa 2 weeks ago.
Congratulations. That's why you haven't been here.
That's why I haven't been around.
Little boy, little girl?
Little boy.
Name?
First one, Merritt.
Merritt. M-E-R-R-I-T?
ITT, and he does ITT on the wall a lot. Is what he does. But anyway, he's a great kid, and just super happy for my daughter and son-in-law, and of course myself and wife.
So are you gonna spoil him?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Carter says, "Congratulations, Grandpa."
Thanks.
But Carter nailed a statement on the board right there. He says, "I think this is one of the toughest rooms in the country," and it's for, I can name 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is what you just named. The players here are incredible. Reason number 2 is because of the other players that aren't in the top caliber. They have extra cash in their pocket, oil field money. And you don't know when you're 5 betting it with aces if they're calling with 6-5 suited.
That's true. That's true.
It makes it so tough to play here.
The cash games are probably better here than they are anywhere within. I mean, you got to go to the metro areas probably to get in better games. And since we're kind of the, just a hub out here. I mean, if you're not going to El Paso and you're not going to Dallas, you're not going to Austin, where are you going to go? And this is the best place. A lot of workers in the oil field, obviously, like we just said, don't have anything to do when they're off. They bring their paychecks and they want to play.
It's either bar or poker, and I've always said that the opportunity cost, and I learned that word in macroeconomics way back when, and it's what's your time better spent as. And they want to come in here and play, but they only have their 1 day off or their 4 hours off, so they want to get it all in as fast as they can for that thrill to get it. Love you, Basil. And it's just look at this. 4 years ago, Moyer would have made that call. Flop Queen 7-3, Moyer 8-7. Duplantis throws out $40, 195 or 155 in the pot. Moyer may have made that call and floated one. This year, he saves money. He's going to buy Miss Moyer a Versace purse for Christmas.
I hope she gets one. Yeah, I hope she gets one.
It's
That's another spot. That's a perfect example of where he's grown in his play. Brian was in position for the whole hand, obviously, from the button, and there's no sense against playing a player that's kind of tight and straightforward in his play, playing from back there on a queen high board. He's going to have it. He's going to have it almost all the time, and the rest of the hand's going to be played out of position by Mike, and he just doesn't want to do that. So he's smart enough to lay his hand down early in the hand. Thanks, Kristen. I appreciate the congrats. Chris, how you been? You been good, buddy? Like Eddie's going to raise with his pocket deuces just to kind of start building a little bit of a pot. 4-4-7 flop.
Uh-oh, that's Yahtzee for
flops
Jack.
the nuts.
So do you think everybody at the table knows as soon as Jack sets that in there that it's his? But you've got two players with hearts, Queen High and Jack High, Coach and Paul. Paul's kind of a loose cannon at the table. Coach is, he's a controlled madness. And I'm not even going to, I call it madness just because I like the amounts that he bets.
Jack's got to be super happy here. He should just flat hope that Paul obviously hits his hearts. You know, Jack's going to put him on a 4 or heart draw.
Look at Eddie.
It's the only thing he
Eddie's
can
hanging
have.
in. He doesn't want to hit a deuce.
Lots of hearts out there. Oh, my God.
That's the worst card in the world.
It is the worst card. We need a heart, and you'll see a big pot.
That's the worst card. And look at this. Paul says, he's saying I've got a 7.
But you can tell by Paul sizing betting 50 again. It's just it's kind of a weak attempt at trying to show strength. He fired flop. He's firing turn now, but it's small, so it's telling you the weakness of his hand. Of course, Jack's going nowhere. He's hoping that Paul makes a big hand on the river here. Nothing's there, so Paul will probably check it down, but he might bet a third time at him.
It would have been nice if we'd have got to pay out the bad beat right there with a 4 on the river and somebody had ace-4 in their hand. Oh, that would have been dirty. So here we go, 725 in the pot for a pot that really after the turn should not have grown anymore.
Mm-mm.
And once again, Jack puts money in the pot. Jack pulls money back. That's his MO.
You know, this is the only thing Jack does. So when you're playing for rent and grocery money and all that stuff, you're just going to play a different way. Jack's a great guy.
Oh, I love him.
One of the best guys around.
He walks in every day. Him and Duplantis, the same thing every day that they see me. First thing they do is give me a big old hug.
Yeah.
Love it. Jack says he plays for dancing money because he likes to go out boot scooting.
I've seen him dance before.
Can he
and
dance?
He can dance.
Okay.
He's probably done it his whole life, so, you know.
I think that's fun. Oh, look at this. Miss Moyer heads up, 7 up. Moyer wakes up with ace king.
I'll be back. I gotta go get the grilled chicken soup. I'll be back.
Ace king. Ian jumps along. A lot of the calls that Moyer's been making, I mean, the raises, you know, the 15, 20, 25, 30s, Ian loose calls.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of something that he always does here. But now we add a brand new element to the table, Eddie. Love Eddie. Eddie's super nice guy, but he plays a lot of hands.
He does play a lot of hands. Yeah.
And we got Paul 3 betting it up to 50 with ace-8 offsuit. Flop comes out 10, 3, 10, 2 clubs. That's not a that's going to really be a first to bet, first to win. Check, 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 check. Now we got 2 flush draw possibilities. Ian with a 9 high, Mr. Moyer with the king high. Let's go, baby. Paul, did Paul just throw? I saw a black chip fly out. Bet 25, call. And look at this. Ian hits his queen and his 9 club, but now that Versace purse is becoming a reality for Mr. Moyer.
Yeah. Mike's going to extract a little bit of value here, and I don't think Ian can get away from it.
He's only got 425 in his stack, though.
It's good fold, good fold.
Ian's been getting himself in a lot of tough positions, but he's been making a lot of good folds. Where most of his bleeding has been from tonight has been from the call on the pre-flop and flop. Turn, he's been settling down. In the river, he's just been laying it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look at Jack in that belt buckle. I wonder if it says the natural. So any tournaments that you're going to be able to play now that the new grandbaby's here?
You know, I'm thinking about heading down to San Antonio maybe next weekend. And they've got a pretty good one going on down there for like just a $300 buy-in, but I think it's a $500,000 purse.
Man, $500,000 purse.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be. That's going
It's
to.
$250. It's $250K, but it's
okay.
a $300 buy-in.
They're going to have 4,000 entries in that.
Plus the high-low games down in San Antonio seem to be pretty good, and so anyway, I like to find a good cash game or two when I'm out playing like that. And right now, the Big O is kind of drifted down towards South Texas.
And it's so crazy because you couldn't find it there. It was here and in Lubbock for the longest, and Amarillo for the longest time. and they found out how much fun it is.
Oh, it's a great game. PLO, just 4-card PLO, is really just exploded too, almost everywhere.
That's with the double board bomb pots, making everybody more knowledgeable of it.
It is.
When we first started doing the double board bomb pots here at KoJack's, a lot of people would just get an ace in their hand and just go crazy because they thought it was like Hold'em. Well, now they're starting to learn about how it's played.
Get a dealer change going in here and have a bomb pot hand. Looks like everybody's playing, so Paul's getting pretty short on chips. Probably going to look for just a mediocre hand or better to get his stack in with here. Chris, I don't think it's the Lodge that has the tournament this coming week. I think it may be TCH in San Antonio that's having their series that starts.
I absolutely love it when a dealer calls floor because the players can't get mad at the dealer.
There you go.
Even simple stuff.
Yep.
So double board bomb pot. So the bottom board on this is going to read as the top board on the graphics.
Okay.
And we just updated the capability of our system, and so now we can run the double board bomb pots on this.
Awesome.
Shows the statistics, shows everything. And it'll in a second it'll load everybody's cards on. It's only 6:45. Oh,
Brian
because
can
we
really-
set back time.
Brian can really get busy on this hand here, obviously flopping trips, but having 2 overcards to the 9, so he can start to build a pot here pretty well, and should. It looks like Coach is in there also with 2 overs.
Pretty similar hand.
Yeah. Down on the other board though,
7-4-3.
Coach has a pair there. Coach has the better of it, and the percentages show so. So
Kenny's got 2 pair on the bottom with 43. I don't see much in the sense of a straight draw. We're going to need a turn card to give any type of. Well, that ends it on the bottom. Kenny locks it. Well, almost locks it up. No, he locks it up.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
3
completely.
full, yeah. So he's got that. And it looks like we're splitting the other board with Ace Queen. So
Can one of them? So we got 360 in the pot. Would a pot bet right here possibly get one of them to fold?
I like a pot bet here from Kenny, or at least 2/3, because with him full on the bottom, he knows there's more than likely the other 2 aces are in play.
So when he calls, that makes it almost impossible for Coach to call behind.
He's going to know, or he should know, that Kenny should know that the other aces are in play. And if both the aces, if each player has an ace instead of pocket 5s and the other player having an ace, he should be building his pot to where he can get all of his chips in if possible.
Maximize his value.
Yeah.
And look at that. Coach says call.
Yeah.
Now, Coach is looking to dodge a jack or a 7 on the top board. Jack 7 queen. Jack 7.
This is perfect because Kenny can get his stack in right here easily. And, yeah, there's a 10
That's
for
Coach's
Coach.
boat. Now
Yeah.
Duplantis is in trouble.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it's not. I was looking at the wrong board. No, that's a queen on the river. They
Oh,
both fill
they
up.
both have it. This is great news for Kenny.
Look at this all-in call, and Kenny hadn't even got to act yet.
Great news for Kenny. Yeah.
But does that scare Kenny? Pocket 10s?
It can't, because he's got to know they're betting their ace hands, and he should know that. I mean, yeah, there he goes. He goes all into yeah. He's gonna love the results of this.
It's always fun winning a hand with 4-3, isn't it?
Oh wow, yeah.
So he get
So
so
half of the pot's gonna be 2150.
when I walked by a while ago when they had that floor call, he had a stack of chips, And he's just smiling. And remember, he bought in for 800. He got down to 200.
Yeah.
This is all back from the 200.
Yeah.
He was one of the OG dealers here.
Yeah, I remember. He was. You're right. He's the old guard for sure.
Him and Johnny Blaze. You remember
He used
Blaze?
to be so quiet. I remember back in the day. I shouldn't tell this story. I remember back in the day. He didn't have a lot of experience dealing, but he,
He wanted to.
he wanted to, and he tried really hard. And sometimes, but every once in a while, he couldn't focus quite as much as we would want him to.
Kenny.
And they let him deal some of the. We used to have some pretty big games, and he got to deal those every once in a while. And that's the last place you don't want to pay attention to.
Right.
The dealers are going to be getting it from the players, especially when some of those pots get to be so big and stuff like
So we have a rule that's a newly implemented rule here. We just discussed it in our meeting. So dealers are only allowed to talk during the pitch, during the deal, unless, well, only if it's 5 on the button or lower. If it's 10 on the button, the dealers are no longer allowed to talk, because they're there to get you as many hands as you can, and that's our ownership. That's what they wanted. They're there to satisfy X amount of hands for X amount of time.
the thing a player wants is there's always two things that a player wants from a dealer. They want the pot to be accurate, and they want as many hands dealt in an hour as they can.
Because you're paying by the hour.
Well, that you're paying by the hour, but when you sit down and play and you're playing in the game that you want to be in other words, you have the lineup at the table that you want in there. In some of those games where you have an advantage against those other players, obviously you want more hands being dealt. And so, when you're in a regular room or a room that doesn't respect that, and it's just kind of whatever happens type room, you might get 12 to 15 hands out in an hour. But if you have ownership and management that says focus and pay attention and deal your hands, instead of 12 or 15 an hour, you get 20 to 25 an hour. And it makes a big difference when you're playing for, a lot of these guys actually, very few are recreational players. I would say they are serious hobby players. And, most of them, some of them don't have jobs at all. You have more players come to this room that all they do is either invest in the market, play some sports betting, play cards, but they don't have a 9-to-5 job.
When you said that, I'm out here looking at table number 3.
Yeah.
We've got 3 players sitting at that table that play poker, play the crypto market, and sports bet.
Yeah, yeah.
We got one player that won $20,000 last week on a fight.
Right, right.
It was a crazy bet, but
But
man,
when you look at this table though, and you can go all the way around this table, and you can pick out the ones that are to Mike and the coach, this is a hobby,
Yeah.
but man, they're very serious about their hobby.
and they're profitable with their
Yeah.
hobby.
That's right. And a good player will always be able to tell you how much he makes an hour playing, what his records are for the week, for the month, for the year. If anyone ever tells you they don't know what they're up for the year or for the month,
They're
and they
not
tell you
they're
they don't keep
recreational.
books, then they're not a winning player. I'm just going to.
I was trying to
that.
say it nice. They're a
They're just
recreational
not a winning
player.
player because losers don't want to keep score, and that's just a fact. I mean, we've known plenty of them over the years that come and played, and they've had the money to play, and some of them didn't have the money to play. But if you're going to really want to be good at this game, you've got to keep a journal of your winnings, a log of your winnings.
That's what changed Moyer's game.
Is it?
He started logging every buy-in. Anytime he orders food, he logs it on his loss, and I like that because your food is lost poker money.
Your hourly play, your monthly dues,
Your tips.
everything comes out of your win. And at the end of the night, I don't care what you started with. If you started with 2,000 and you walked out the door with 2,500 and you played, 6 hours, you had $100 an hour win rate.
Yeah.
And you won, $500, $600 that night is what you won. And you have to have that win rate. You need to keep your win rate based on different games that you play. So like Hold'em and stuff, you'll have a different win rate than you're going to have at PLO. In high-low, high-low has so much variance in it. Your win rate's going to be less, but your wins normally are going to be
Bigger.
more because your game's bigger. Yeah. and stuff. But even all of this is the same even for the guy that plays 1-3 and has a small bankroll. If he'll keep his record, even though he's buying in for $200, if he wins $80 that night and played for 4 hours, he won $20 an hour.
That's a good paying job
What
still.
it is.
Yeah, that's a paying job.
That's how you take the next step up. So and then when you go from 1-3 and you go to 5 on the button or 2-4 or whatever you go to next, your next level up, and you start understanding bankrolling and how much you can put into play and how many blinds you need for the kind of game you're getting in and stuff, and how to preserve your bankroll. All of that stuff is learned. And you have to learn it on the felt.
I never learned it. I wanted to learn how to play Big O so bad, and you were there at the table when I took the biggest beat of my life when I flopped quads
Right.
and lost to Tony's quads. But I wanted to play that game so bad, and that was my first little dive in. I was in for 500. I lost 4,000 on that pot, but oh, that would have been a beautiful day. We're already on hand number 89. We're getting ready to have a PLO 10 on the button round of each, game, private game going on here in just a little bit. And we started streaming at 3 o'clock. Just said, hey, guys, y'all want to stream a game? They were playing out there on the floor. They all jumped in here. Moyer said, I sure do.
Kenny, after that bomb pot, Kenny has jumped up to being the biggest winner at the table now.
And he's the chip leader at the table also. After this, I'll put it up on the screen after this hand.
And that's what happens. One spot. And that's why players love bomb pots. Mm-hmm. I mean, they can really get well quick.
And that's the whole game of PLO. The way that's played, that's the variances in the 5-card games. Because if you hit the nuts, you're going to have it. We got 2 Jack 10s in this hand. Both of them fishing for one of the queens that Coach and Tyler has. Nobody with a 4, though. And it's going to go bet, fold, fold, fold. Kenny flops top 2. Kenny's just adding to his chip stack now. He's showing off.
Chris says, I hate bomb pots. Yeah, it's a bit of a bingo for sure.
So here we go. Let's get the chip stacks up there. We're actually going to flip it to the win percentages. It's going to show both real fast. But we've got chips are starting. My journal says don't play them. So here we go. Here comes the cumulative winnings. Kenny's now your biggest winner and your largest chip stack. 2117, 1284 up. Ian is struggling just a little bit. He needs a couple big double ups. He's 12 down. But the surprising one's Tyler. Tyler's been on an extremely hot streak. Tyler L. been on a super hot streak. He's in for 1,500 or 1,300, 1,400, and he's down just over $600.
Tyler's actually a real good player. A lot of people don't know him. A bunch of us that play pretty regular do know him, and we respect his game. He's a good player. Okay. And but even good players have bad runs.
Run bad.
And, you know, what's always kind of amazing about that is you might run bad for a week or two, but I've seen players run bad for a month or two. And even, I'm talking about good players. It just happens.
That's why bankroll management's so important.
That, and that's why when you cut your losses and you don't chase, you play another day, you know, and that's the way it is.
So when you're on a losing streak, it's much easier to chase cards.
Well, you know, if you think about Las Vegas for a little bit, and the only reason I'm referencing that is the gambling part of that is they love players to get behind because they start chasing. And I don't care whether you're playing blackjack or anything.
That's the Dana White blackjack where they take out where the videos are shown all over TikTok. He's got a $5 million marker and he says, "Give me another $1 million." They hand it to him and he splits 8s 4 times. That's what they want.
Right. Well, what they want is they know that when you're down, you're not going to get up. You see that in poker players all the time. And, you know, if you watch them, if they've been at the table for 3 or 4 hours and they've been pretty cold, they play more hands to start with. And as they play more hand, they play more marginal type holdings. And when they get into that, they splash around more. Splash around adds to the losses that they've already accumulated. Then you look up, it's 5 or 6 hours in, and you'll see them buying in for another 1,000 or 2,000.
I love Carter.
Carter's like, "Man, you're describing me all of a sudden when you stop." And before you know it, what they normally would have lost, like $700, $800, or $1,000, turns into a $3,000 or $4,000 loss.
And that's what the casinos are looking for you to double that loss.
We used to, Chris will admit to this, we had some games so big up here that a guy would get down, not just one guy, I'm not picking on anybody, but there were plenty of guys in that game that would get down 5 or 10 dimes in 2 or 3 hours, and before you knew it, they were down 20 and 30,000 in some of those games before they quit for the night. And that's what happens in some of these private games. They're not as big as they used to be, rightfully so, but that's what happens.
Golly.
So.
I know my butt puckers a little bit. Whenever I go to Houston for work, I always stop by the card rooms, Texas Card House out there. And my butt always starts puckering when I get down $400. That's my bankroll. I'm comfortable losing $500.
You know, I think that's why PLO, or in my opinion anyway, PLO and then Big O and High Low, you know, Hold'em, just 2-card Hold'em is the greatest game on earth. But the reason why it's the greatest game on earth is you can put your opponent to the test anytime you want in any hand, just with your stack size.
And that's why it's legal here in Texas.
You know, if you're sitting at a game and you know the guy doesn't want to play for stacks, that's to your advantage. And you're going to come across guys sometimes that you just don't want to play against because how aggressive they are and where they always put you.
What is that guy's name? Gus, the pro.
Gus Hansen?
Gus Hansen. I would never want to sit at a table with him because it doesn't matter. I mean, you could take these 2 cards out of his hand, just let him hold any 2 cards, and it's always going to seem like they have the goods just because of what they do. They're playing my posture, my defeated look. He's playing me just like you do me. Yeah. You try to be nice when you're playing me, though.
Chris says, I'd like to have a pot limit Hold'em game. Those are good games.
Are they?
They are good games. In the right spot, they can be as good a game as any.
I've never seen a pot limit Hold'em game.
Yeah, they can be really good. You just don't see them much anymore.
Oh, who just bought chips?
Looks like Ian may be going to get some more chips, or maybe not.
I saw some $100 bill. Oh, that was cards that were folded across. I wish it was like TiVo where I could go back a couple screens and just replay that screen. But Carter says the games are bigger than No Limit, Pot Limit Hold'em.
They can be. They can be. If the right kind of players are at the table, they can be. Yeah.
I've never seen a Pot Limit Hold'em. So what's bigger, Pot Limit Hold'em or No Limit Omaha?
No Limit Omaha would be an interesting game. It would be an interesting game.
You ever played it?
I have not ever played it.
Heard of it?
I've heard of it.
Okay.
But I don't think it's been played very much, to be honest. It would be kind of cool to see how you'd want to protect your hand from the flop with such a high variance type game.
Because you use the pot to protect your hand. If you don't want to escalate the pot, if the pot's $200, you bet 35.
But say so when you have 4 cards in your hand, you're playing PLO and you flop a straight, and even a rainbow board and you flop a straight, there's all kinds. Obviously, there's backdoor draws.
Boats everywhere.
Yeah. So if somebody else flopped a straight but had it wrapped higher, or flopped a set with their straight.
They're calling that all in.
You can play it would just be huge flops.
Oh, my gosh.
Huge pots.
We might have to try a small version of it.
It's probably a sick game, really.
It's a game that would fit in well here. We got Coach with pocket 10s, Duplantis with pocket 6s, Moyer with top pair ace, bottom kicker. And that check on the flop allowed Coach to lead out in the +2 position with $40. And I like this move right here. He just smooth calls. He doesn't let him know, hey, I have an ace.
The reason why Coach led right there is obviously it was checked on the flop, but he's going to rep the ace. We know he's got 10s, but he's repping the ace. Once Moyer called him, he's shutting down, and he should. Pretty easy to tell that Moyer probably didn't have 2 pair there because he didn't raise back, but once Coach bet and he got called, he's done with it. It's just a little stab to see if anybody was interested in the pot. Again, those are moves that I'm telling you that a good player makes that average players don't make. If Moyer didn't have an ace, he would have thought that Coach checked the flop out of position in order to try to get more money in the pot. And then when he bet the turn, then he would go away.
There's so much more to poker than I understand.
So that's just what was going on in that hand, and even though it's a small pot.
And look at this, Eddie jumping in the table brand new with a 50% VPIP. Whatever happened, we had 2 players out. We had 2 players coming in.
Warrior makes a small raise pre-flop with this king queen and 5 players see a flop 10-8-4, 2 diamonds. Looks like Paul flops in, flops open ended.
Paul flops gut shot to the 9. Moyer flops a little prayer. Turn card, no help to anybody, but it puts the lock on Moyer's hand. Nobody's got a pair, so the king queen, how do you know that's good at that point? He's 83% to win this hand. If we could put a board up out in the room that just said 83%, 7%, and 10%, how would that change the plate? But not show the hands, just show 3 players are in the hand. This is their percentages to win.
Ian makes a good bet here. He leads because he has a draw. So, it's a semi bluff is what it is. He can push a little bit more, a little bit bigger bet than normal, and see if he can take it down there. And if he doesn't, then he still has draws.
So we're about to lose 2 players. One of them not to a loss. One of them to a very, very good move. He.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he stacked up a nice little win. I think okay, let me rephrase that. He's gone. I don't know if he racked up, but if I was him at this point right here, I would rack up. Kenny's up $1,254.
Yeah.
It's time to call it quits. 2x. What do you like to call it quits at?
You have to have a plan before you sit down about how much you're going to try to win, and then when you get to that point, you have to decide at that point what the game is like right then.
So I have a question for you. Before you sit down at the table, like tonight, you're going into that game. You already have your plan developed on how much you want to win in that game?
Yes, I have an idea. Yeah.
So when you get to that point, when you get to that number, what if it's just as juicy as a game as how you got there?
And that's what I'm referencing. So just my kind of rule of thumb is I like to win 3x. Okay.
At 3x, you call it?
At 3x.
Or you shut down?
At 3x, I reevaluate. Okay. So when you reevaluate, what you're talking about doing is if you reach 3x, let's say you're in a pretty good sized game and you've got some of the players in the game that you want in the game, and it's 2 hours in and you're already at 3x. I would just tighten my play down a little bit so I don't get back what I've already accumulated. If the weaker players are still in the game and maybe 1 or 2's on tilt, again, stuff that you want to do. But let's say that you're finally at 3x and it's 6 hours after the game started. For myself, since I'm older and stuff like that, I'm getting tired by then.
It's Jack's excuse or Sticky's excuse. Time to go to Walmart. They're about to close.
Or what they used to say, my stomach's hurting.
My stomach's hurting. Who did that?
Starting to hurt.
Jack. I'm telling the story on Jack. Yeah. Jack won a massive pot about 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, last weekend. Gets in, triples up first hand, plays 2 more hands. He's like, going home, boys. And everybody just kind of looks at him. He said, it's late. It was like 5:30 in the afternoon. He said, it gets dark at 6 o'clock. It's time. And he can't get mad at that. This is what he does for a living.
That's right. But you got to protect your wins, especially when they're big wins. I think Kenny doing what Kenny's doing it would be great for Kenny to get up and go because this is a good win for him. You want to log those good wins.
That's a big win, and as you can tell, he will be leaving. But trouble here is now you got Duplantis. You got him spaghetti and meatballs. That guy's not going anywhere. The Auburn game coming on right now.
Okay, so if Brian is playing a hand, since he has a plate of food.
He's got a hand.
Right. and he's not watching the LSU game, then you better beware that he's probably got the goods there.
Oh, 100%. Let me get over here and look at top 25. Oh, and LSU is losing 7-3 right now.
Yeah.
Alabama's got the ball, so he may. Did Paul leave or did Paul lose it all right there? It looks like he may have lost it to Eddie. Where's Eddie? Eddie's setting it. Eddie's up
he must have.
$135. Paul had about 135.
Yeah. Well, buddy, I think we're about to start the private game. So
All
I'm
right.
gonna go do that.
Daryl, I appreciate you coming
bet,
through.
man.
Thank you so much.
Enjoyed it.
So here we go, back to action. Mr. Daryl's going out there. The private game's getting ready to rock and roll, and we got a hand in here. Ace 8, 8, 8, Queen, Queen. It is gonna be a good one. Flop comes out. 21, Blackjack, pay the house. However, nobody's got none of it. Wah, wah.
What is up, you guys? It's your boy. We got George here, a.k.a. Chase. We're doing a bomb pot right now. We got 2 boards. We got 6 players. And it looks like right now Moyer just dropped out of the lead. Now Eddie and Duplantis are all the way on top. Eddie's got 2 pair. And Duplantis working on that straight there. And there's a 3 on the river on the top board and a 5 on the bottom. That'll lock it up for Eddie and Ian. Ian pulling way ahead, hitting that 3. Could be the case 3, actually. And looks like it's going to go check around. Let's see if Ian goes for value. No, he doesn't. And that'll do it. That hand on the books. Going to take a second for the dealer to read all the hands and read all the boards. This is a lot of cards to look at. Oh, sorry, Charlie. I didn't turn your mic on.
No, I'm over here talking about that, and nobody can hear.
That's my fault.
I love double board bomb pots.
They're a lot of fun.
Only if you win them.
You know what? If you lose them, you tend to lose a lot. If you win them and you're me, you tend to not do that very often.
So how many hands are we in? 99. This is our 5th bomb pot of the night.
Holy.
We've only had 1 sweep.
Woo!
1 sweep out of 5 bomb pots.
Bring out the dust cart. We need another sweeper.
Yes, but we did have 1 player win one side and 2 players win the other side. So that was kind of a crappy scenario for them. But we did have a while ago, we had 5 players get to the river. 3 spades on the flop.
Okay.
Checked around. Pretty healthy $50 raise pre-flop.
Turn was a spade.
Turn was a spade.
Obviously.
What's the river?
Nobody's holding a spade.
River's holding a spade. Or river is a spade.
Is it?
Not a player in the hand has a spade.
Holy.
Player. I'm not gonna call Tyler by his name, but player seat 7. Get to the river and it says check, 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 and he throws his cards into the mud.
Oh no!
And 1 player flips over his cards. Duplantis is holding his. Next player flips over his cards. Duplantis flips over his cards, and the other player flips over his cards. So they chopped up Tyler's money.
Man.
And you could see him, and he doesn't usually make a mistake like that ever.
Yeah.
And he did make 1 mistake.
Table your hand, folks. Table your hand.
Be proud of. I mean, this is my philosophy on it. Be proud of what you played because you're the one that's paying to play that.
That's true. That's a good point. I am in your chair.
That's okay.
All right. It's too late now. I'm posted up. I'm waiting for the caffeine to settle in, guys.
Chase is in the chair, and we've got 2 suited hands going to the flop, and it's a small one.
Jack 5,
$35.
K6. You know what? 35 right now, but when you see that king come out on the flop, it's probably going to stay at 35.
And it's just enough to keep Eddie in, though. Eddie does like to chase. He's got $915 in his stack. He's just down, just 70. Started with 1,000. He's got a 10 to the straight.
He's looking for a gutter ball. There's a queen. Also a scare card. Going to stay. Okay, 65 is the pot now. And that king will take it down. Another heart, also another scare card. This board gets scary. This is the Halloween board.
Oh, you missed some good stuff today.
I was watching some of it. I put in the chat, 1, chopped pots are like kissing your sister.
Oh, you did, and we talked being basic. Oh.
And 2, everybody loves a chopped pot. So does that mean everybody loves kissing their sisters?
That's disgusting.
Yep.
That's disgusting. Says the man that plays 5-3. You're dang right. I play that 5-3.
Charlie's hand.
Best hand in poker. Always a winner unless you fold it.
That is actually very true. And sometimes a loser even if you don't fold it.
Only if you get called.
Yep. Oh, Chris Carter says his sister's hot. That checks out. Chris Carter.
His sister is pretty.
Is she?
Yes.
It was Johnny Blaze that y'all were talking about. It.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, his sister's pretty too.
Yeah. I was going to light up the chat with some more jokes, but I decided, you know what? I kind of don't want to mess with Johnny Blaze. That man looks like he can put me in a chokehold in about 1 second flat.
Oh, it's talking about people that can put you in a chokehold. Mr. Du Kim, 9th degree black belt, a professional. What's up, Bowden?
Hey, Tom. What's happening, my man?
Hey, Bowden, we down for little zombies tonight? I know you don't know what we're talking about.
Down for some zombies.
Yeah, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll be off here in about 30 minutes. We got about 30 minutes left of the stream. And then we'll be cutting her off, calling her quits. We gave y'all a nice long stream today. We'll be running the same stream next Saturday. If you want to jump on the list, we'll go ahead and put the list up on the board.
Heck yeah.
But tomorrow we got something special coming in.
That bounty tournament.
That bounty tournament.
Tell me about it.
Last week it was the deep stack. This week it is the bounty tournament, but we're adding something new. You're going to want to be early for this, I promise you. A lot of people like to wait until the end of registration to register, but we've got a special incentive for you to show up before the end of level 1, and that's a 10,000 early bird bonus chip to those people who want to take advantage of that. Essentially doubles your stack in this bounty tournament. That's
Chirp,
huge.
chirp is what I got to say to that. Get in on the early bird special.
What level you on, Bounty? Or Bounty.
Bounty.
What level you on, Bowden? Look at this. Dell is already all in. He just sat down at the table. Ace, queen, all in. Ultimate pressure on Ian.
Ooh.
Ian does make the call, looking for a 10. Jack, 7. Not a lot of enchilada. They're running it multiple times. He's got 9 outs of the 14 that he has.
Yeah. 9 outs live. That's a pretty decent amount of outs. Some would say too many.
I hate that.
Some would say too many outs. It looks like Tom is playing some COD right now.
Yes, he is. We got to like level 25 last night.
That's it.
That's it. That's pretty rough with 2 players.
Oh, man, I don't know. I guess you need a real pro on your team.
And he's the pro. That was my first time to play the new Call of Duty. I bought it when it came out in October, just the first time I played it.
Uh-huh.
It took me 4 hours to download all of it.
Yeah, that's how it
Dang,
goes.
he's already on the 3rd prestige. Hey, I did level up like 20 levels, 10 levels, something crazy last night.
All right, waiting for board number 2. 9 outs, still live, looking for a 10.
So we got the graphics correct. When it's run multiple times, we do have to fix the first board, then the second board does read all the way.
Whoa, there's a 7.
So that's 1 board Ian, 1 board Dell. Here's the winner chicken dinner. Looks good for Dell. Looks great for Dell. So
gets the 6.
oh, he gets to the straight. I didn't even see it.
The straight appears.
So top board ace high goes to Dell. Bottom board pair of 7s goes to Ian. And middle board a straight to the 9.
I got it right that time.
Yes, you did. Basil comes in the room earlier. Gonna tell on Basil. He's always watching. Gonna tell on Basil. I said, Basil, I said, remember, we can't drop the F-bomb.
Yeah, that is true.
And he goes, I got you, dog. I got you, dog. Well, he started watching here, and one of the hands got intense, and he goes, man, that's effing crazy. As soon as he said it, his face dropped, and he looked at me. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
man.
And I said, Basil, it's okay. It's adult hour. So I turned on the screen. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The sun has gone down. The cursing is minimum. Minimum.
Yes, it is minimum. And so just like this, we got a 3-way. I always like there to be a winner.
Yes.
Run it once or 3 times.
Get 2/3 of that pot.
And Ian got in behind,
And he got most of the pot.
and he left out ahead.
That's okay. He had too many outs, but he capitalized.
Who is that sitting in seat number next to Dell? I can't tell who that is yet. I'm sure we'll see his name pop up on
Yeah, that's
going
going
to
to pop up here.
So,
that-
so Coach has dropped down a little bit. Coach was up to 1,900 earlier.
Wow.
1,800. And he's down to 1030, but he's still $192 up. Duplantis is up.
Looks like Moyer's got the crown right now, 1,710 in his stack.
Moyer's been playing incredible. His wife has been sitting there watching.
Love that.
And that's Mr. Matt joining in.
There he is.
Matt, new to the game. And we filled up the seat. Oh, that's Eddie. Wait, where'd Eddie go?
Eddie is sitting out. $900 in Eddie's stack, though. I don't know if you caught that.
Eddie must have got ready for the 10 on the button game. Jack the natural 7-5 going in the muck. Did he call it?
He called it. Calls 10. 7-5 suited. Now, remind me, is that Reese's hand?
I think it may be.
Duplantis with the King Queen, the King Quisha.
Duplantis says we're not playing for 10. We're playing for 100.
Nah, he's going in.
LSU must be winning right now. If he's betting 110, let's check the scoreboard.
Yeah, he must be pretty happy.
Oh, no, or the complete opposite. They're losing 14-3.
Oh, come on.
So he's taking out his aggression.
My Tigers.
Oh, he said Dell says all in 170. Duplantis is going to call this. Duplantis is setting up $216. It's not much of his profit.
All right, now here's the question. In a game like Hold'em where you get 2 cards, would you rather have 3 junk cards or king, queen suited?
I would rather have 2 junk cards.
3 junk cards.
I'd rather have 2 junk cards.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this.
I'd rather take the king, queen, I'll be honest.
Daryl Hopkins was in. Well, statistically, it's going to win the majority of the time. But
Yeah.
look at this. Daryl Hopkins jumping
Oh.
in. Max.
Ace high. There it is. Spikes and ace on the turn. And a jack on the river. Aces and jacks with a 9 kicker.
Oh,
I like that they just ripped it.
yeah.
Just go once.
He ran it 3 times with Ian, and he ran it once there.
Very cool.
So Dell sat down with $200. He's got or $300, $250. He's up $145 after that.
Love that.
Gotta appreciate the courage. And here's Daryl, 1 barrel of green. That's 500.
Uh-huh.
Look-
2
look how he's
barrels of
next.
green.
Ah, ah,
That's
ah.
500.
Some black chips on top,
And
and 2 stacks of red.
just 2 stacks of red, another $200. And we are playing a cash game. This is 5 on the button. This is what you may call KoJack's bread and butter. This is our main game, 5 on the button.
You can always walk into this room. This game's going to be played 99% of the time. However, 1-2's been kicking off.
1-2, the round of each. If you come in late at night, it's almost guaranteed to be a 1-2 round of each playing. Oh, Carter saying we have to go longer on the stream now. 4.5 hours, not enough for Carter.
No, it sure is not.
Yeah, we've been having a good time watching some poker, watching some hands. Tyler now with the ace Quisha against Moyer's ace 9. Both players with suited hands.
Look at this. Ace Quisha, ace 9, ace 5, Jackie Jack. Jack's got jacks.
Jack's got the jacks. Naturally. Of course he would have that hand.
I see what you did there. Naturally, Jack's got jacks. Oh, you got to love it. Matt, King 10, $90 to call. He's going to let it go. Dell's thinking about it. Dell likes to play. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, he does. I like Dale a lot. I met him moments ago. Seems like a great guy. Ace 5 for Ian. Probably going into the muck here. Chris Carter in the chat saying, trivia time, where did on the button come from?
I know this answer.
I know Chris's answer to this.
What's that?
He thinks that he created it.
He brought it to West Texas.
I'm just throwing a little shade. I don't actually know the history.
No, so they would play a lot of big limit at his house, PLO games, and it always took so long when they played like 2-5 to calculate the pot. Or
I see.
Whatever the blinds were. And I guess they all got together. And tell me if I'm right, Chris. They all got together and decided, hey, let's just put this amount on the button. It makes it a lot quicker. Because if $25 is on the button, they say pot 75.
Right.
Pot 225.
Sure,
It's
easy.
so much quicker. All right, Chris, what do we got? Give us the answer.
Give us the answer.
Tick tock, tick tock. We need a dun, 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 dun.
That one's good enough.
All right, here we go. Ace Queen versus 9-7.
Dale.
Look at this. Dell's in
Dale.
9-7. And Tyler's got to hate to see that because these are the type of calls, the carefree call.
Right. And you know what? Honestly, Dale is not that far behind, all things considered. 60-40.
Yeah, 60-40. He's not behind.
There it is. A jack 5 and a tray. 5-3 is so strong right now.
10,
There's an
9,
8. Come on, 6. Oh, it's a deuce. And ace queen takes it.
That was a big risk it for the biscuit.
That's what I'm saying there. Dale, all gamble, all future.
We used to have a player here, Tony. We call him Nut Nut because whenever he had Nut Nut on the boards, Nut Nut, Nut Nut, he loved 5 card. But then we had another Tony here, Tony Wynn. They were both Tony Wins. That's so weird.
Interesting.
The other Tony Win.
Okay.
Would always say, no gamble, no future. No gamble, no future. And he would try to get you to angle to call him, no gamble, no future. So hold him until midnights. Then the dealer picked the game, so they put the money on the button. We finally converted everything on the button. So when
You know what? That makes a lot of sense. If it's dealer choice, then dealer puts the blind out.
Yep.
That's a pretty good. I like it. I got to say, I like it.
And then when we opened KoJack's, we tried to go with blind games. But Chris had the entire poker industry here cultivated to play on the button.
Uh-huh.
So when we put a 5 on the button game out there, everybody grabbed it. Then all of a sudden we put a 5 to 15 out there. Everybody loved it. This is what they're used
Love
to.
it.
Then we put 25. We've even run up to $100 on the button.
Holy. Yeah, I've been playing a couple of, okay, maybe not playing, but dealing, $25 on the button.
That's a game a lot of fun. Jack the Natural with Jack's earlier with Ace Quisha, the parking lot hand. I bet Matt calls this.
10-9 scary. 10-9 is a scary hand.
Dell says all in. Look, no. Did he say all in?
I don't know.
I just gave him that piece of pizza.
Snacks.
15 minutes ago, I gave him that.
Snacks courtesy of Charlie. Well, it's probably getting cold now. And Dale with the pocket sevens. I love this. He goes all in on the previous hand with some absolute trash. Goes all in on this hand with a decent, a middling pocket pair. And, of course, he's going to get a call because he was playing junk last hand. So the natural makes sure to put Dale all in. Ace queen versus pocket sevens. This one actually a coin flip. Pocket sevens technically ahead and stays ahead on the flop, stays ahead on the turn, and gets there to a set on the river right there. Dale doubling back up. A good way to increase your stack. I believe Dale's in for about 600 and is now at about 600. Chris Carter in the chat saying the first players at KoJack's came from his poker list. He gave Dunn over 400 names and numbers to start. And here we are years and years later on the shoulders of giants. What a good decision that was. You know what? I'm personally going to extend a thanks right now to Chris Carter. This is a very rare moment of gratitude from me to Chris. Nah, I'm kidding. I like Chris a lot. But we do have a trash talking thing between him and me. I think it's a lot of fun. Dale with the king 10, coach with the ace 8, getting in there. Jack 9-8 on the flop. Dale looking for a queen or a 7. Coach with a pair of 8s. Dominating Moyer's pair of 8s, but Moyer does have the straight redraw with the 10. Moyer doesn't know it, but he does not want a queen. That, of course, would give Dale the better straight. And there's a king. Dale improves. Now he's got top pair. Carter saying, I talk trash like I predict the weather.
Oh, yeah, terrible.
That's true.
Carter is a pretty good smack talker.
Yes.
I think 10-8 is going to get there.
You think 10-8's going to get there?
Oh, no, it's impossible for it to get there. Look at this. Dell sits down at the table, plays, 4 hands? He's been all in on every single hand. And look at this. I'm going to go ahead and put the VPIP up on screen.
Yeah, this is important.
Voluntarily put into the pot. I want to show you this. He is 5 hands deep into the game. Come on, put it up, put it up. Ready, set.
I'm going to guess his VPIP is 40%. Wow, wait a second.
So Dell is now leading the table with a 100% VPIP. That means he voluntarily puts money into the pot 100% of the time. Daryl's on the quite the other end. Carter knows this. Daryl's not going to fish around. He's going to play hands that are quality hands. He's going to have a plan to play that hand before he puts his money into the pot. But
what is up with the natural?
The natural's about to go home, man.
How does he get such good hands?
Oh my gosh, the natural has queens.
He's got queens now. The ladies coming out for Jack.
Jack just got jacks. Jack just got ace queen.
Yep.
Jack now has queen, and look at this right behind him. Daryl, the cannonball. he's got ace 10. Moyer's got wired 8s.
Unbelievable.
Here goes the raise.
And Ian, come on, Ian, put some chips in the pot, my friend.
He called the 15 with 70 deuce.
Whoa. A gesture?
Jack says, no. Look at this. Jack's not even messing around. He's not even, as Basil says, effing around.
No, he's not.
It went from $20 to $320. Jack says, if you play, you got to have this beat. And look at this. He says, Dale, I could see Dale calling this.
Dale wants to, and he has a pathway to victory.
Oh, he doesn't. He does not want to fold this. Look at this.
Oh, man, he really doesn't. But
oh, no.
Oh, is he doing it?
He's in for $20. It's going to cost him $300 to see the flop.
Well, here's the mistake, Charlie, that you made. He's already in for $20.
Yeah.
He can't go anywhere. Now he's pot committed.
Oh, he folded. So, ladies and gentlemen, his VPIP is still 100% because he put 20 in there.
He did. He's still at 100% VPIP.
And look at this. This is how calm, cool, and collective
Oh,
Moyer is. This is
Ian.
how far Moyer's game has gone. Moyer instantly folds the wired eights.
Yeah, instantly.
They gone.
Well, he knows Jack is not coming in out of position with a massive raise like that, just naked.
I'm going to be right back. I'm
All right.
Walk this beautiful lung Yeti. This beautiful lung Yeti.
Or something.
Something like that. I'll be back in just a minute.
And that's us. All right, moving on. We've got, I don't, is this right? Hand number 107? Hand number 107. We've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. Thanks, everybody, for watching with us. Actually doing pretty good on the viewership. Thank you so much for allowing us onto your computer screens or phone screens or whatever you got. We're having a good time. We're going to be doing more of these streams. We've got another one coming up next weekend at the same time for the same game, maybe the same roster. I'll be here in the early afternoon for that one. It should be a good old time right there. And we got Matt with King 3 of diamonds and Dale with the Ace 8 of diamonds. This could be disaster here. Daryl with the 10-9, a scary hand. Tyler with arguably the best hand in poker, 5-3. Flop comes out King, Queen, Deuce. Matt hits top pair with the king, and he's the only one with a pair of kings, so his irrelevant kicker is irrelevant right now. Oh, okay, maybe not. There's the deuce right there. Matt playing kings and twos and a queen. 83% equity to win this hand. Matt bets $65 and gets a call from Dale. Dale thinking, I don't believe that Matt has a king or a queen. There's a 9 on the river. Let's see. Check, check. And Matt shows the king. And he gets the pot. About 20 hands an hour, Chris Carter says. Yeah, that's actually pretty good for a live stream game. I think the gold standard for a dealer is somewhere between 25 and 30 hands per hour. And to do 20 hands on a live stream, actually pretty good. You have to wait for the graphics. You got to make sure the players spread their hands and everything. So it does actually go just a tiny bit slower in the live stream than it does in a live game. That, you may not know this, behind the scenes, the size of those cards is very different than the size of most poker cards, or at least the other poker decks that we use that are not live stream decks. So they're a little difficult, a little bit unwieldy. So that's going to slow the dealer down just a tiny bit as well. Duplantis with the ace-king, old Big Slick versus the ace-10 versus the ace-jack suited in Coach's hand. We got the 10-5 for Ian. That's actually become one of my favorite junk hands. You need a 5 or a 10 to make a straight, so you got both of them in your hand. You can hit Broadway or the wheel. And the flop comes out 8-6 tray. 5 actually not too bad to have right now. Dale with the ace-10 checks. Duplantis with the ace-king bets $45 into a pot of $145. So about a third pot. Coach going to make the call with his 2 overcards. He's got red cards. The board has 2 hearts, but Coach has diamonds. 3 players to the turn. It's another 8. Dale going to check his option. Let's see if Duplantis fires again. He does have the best hand right now. No pair. I always like to make this joke about ace-king. No pair, no draw. And he bets he's going to get 1 fold. And Dale folds as well. Duplantis with the aggression actually does take it down with the best hand. The button moves. Chris Carter saying the cards are stiff also. That is true. Uh-oh. One of those cards not being shuffled right now. Look out. I was going to say, Carter, that's what she said. but I don't know if that applies. Oh, there goes the extra card. Right on in. Well, how's everybody doing on this Saturday night? Hoping we're feeling all right. We got some poker coming at you. We got some tournaments coming at you for tomorrow. We did the deep stack last weekend. Now we've got the 3K guarantee bounty tournament, $200 to enter, but you'll get $50 in bounty chips for every player that you knock out. So by my math, just knock out 4 players, you get your buy-in paid for. Carter's saying my joke was really bad. Yeah, I know. Most of them are. Daryl with the house hand. He's got the KJ. And it is almost the actual house hand. The KoJack's logo has the King of Hearts, Jack of Spades. Daryl, of course, with the King of Spades, Jack of Hearts. But, yeah, the right suits, kind of. Up against the Ace-6, the 9-6, and the 10-5. Dale playing, again, one of my favorite junk hands lately. Ace, Queen, 9. Ian spiking a pair. But Tyler spiking top pair here on the flop. He's going to bet $65. Going for a little value with his top pair. Ian going to make the call. He's got bottom pair, but he does have backdoor flush possibilities. Daryl looking for a 10 to make Broadway, so he's going to chase it. He's going to call. 3 players in for the turn. And let's see what we've got here. Next card to come out is a king. Daryl making a pair of kings. That's not exactly the card he was looking for. He's going to check his option and checks around. And a 10 comes out. Daryl gets to Broadway. He's got the nuts. He's going to bet the nuts. $200 to call. Tyler thinking maybe my pair of aces, not good anymore. Just a jack is all it takes to make a 6-card straight. And Tyler's going to fold. Ian's out of there as well. And Daryl chipping up. $535 in the middle. Again, taking it down with that 6-card straight. Not too bad right there at all. And we've got a dealer change here. And here we go. Here's a look at that bounty poster that we've got. Wanted bounties. $200 to enter, and you will get another $10,000 in chips if you enter before level 2. So if you enter before the tournament starts or at level 1, you'll be able to get that early bird bonus. Just a way to show appreciation for our players. As well, maybe get a little advantage if you show up early. Carter's saying he's hard enough to beat without him catching also. Yeah, that is very true. Daryl, I think, maybe one of the smartest people that I've ever met. He's got a calculator for a brain. I mean that in a good way. And it looks like we're going to be doing another double board bomb pot. We've got the dealer change going. So we've got $10 in the middle in front of each player here at the table. We're running out 2 boards of 5 cards. And each player gets a hand of 4 cards. Chris Carter saying second smartest. You make me blush. Of course, you're referring to me as the first smartest, I'm sure. Lauren stacking up the pot, getting ready to go here. Going to be pitching out some cards. Now, you may notice she started way on the opposite side of the table compared to the button. That's because we have a bomb pot button that goes in the opposite direction from the standard button. Every single time we play a bomb pot, that button will move, again, in the opposite direction. Just another way to spice things up with our bomb pots. If you are not familiar with Texas poker, this is a staple game of every Texas, just about every Texas poker house. The old double board bomb pot. And they're actually starting to catch on throughout the rest of the country, too. Seen a lot of buzz. And they've been catching on for at least a little while now. Ace Queen Trey on the top board, King Jack 8 on the bottom board. All right, and we've got everybody in. That's the other fun part about the bomb pots is everybody gets a hand. So you never know what you're up against. Usually if you don't have the nuts on at least one board, you may not want to bet it. So Coach has got 2 pair on the top. He's got kings and 8s. And he's got queen. He's got a pair of queens on the bottom board. Duplantis with the Jack 10 looking for a king on the bottom board. Matt got a good wrap here. He's got aces and queens on the bottom, kings on the top with a straight draw. And there's a king and a 10. Looks like Matt gets there. Duplantis with the highest equity, but keep in mind this game is calculating, I think, just one of the boards here. It'll show a split between the 2 winners if there are 2 different winners for the 2 different boards at the end. And Duplantis with the Jack 10 for Broadway on the bottom board on your screen, which is the top board relative to the dealer. And he's got a set of 10s on the top board on your screen. He got a pretty good lock on that, but Matt with the ace queen has a straight on that top board, so looks like it's going to be a chop. You may not know this, but it is really warm here in the booth. I got Charlie creating a fan with the door right now, trying to air it out a little bit. And here we go. It is a chop pot. There's a 10 on the river and a 3 on the river. Duplantis with a set on both boards, but he's also got a straight as well. Matt has Broadway. Battle of the Broadways right now. All right, here's the deal, chat. Type 1 in the chat if you have set your clocks after falling back. I know.
11111 because all of my clocks are electronic, automatic.
Oh, man, I'm talking microwaves. I'm talking ovens.
Set my truck the morning of.
I did set my truck also. But that's it. That's all I've got is the truck and my watch. My phone does it automatically, and that's about it. Let me know if you guys are still on the old time or not. It confuses me every time I walk through my house. Some of the clocks say 7:54. Some of them say 8:54. I don't know what to believe. And we have entered the final realm here. Got just a couple more hands to go. Chris Carter saying 1. He's on top of it. Setting the clocks all around. Love it. And we're back to Hold'em. 2 cards for everybody. Playing to the flop is now optional. The bomb pots, you get the flop. Put in $10. Get 4 cards and 2 flops. Coach with the 8-6, raising it up. I like to see that. Pretty good aggression there. Matt with the ace-8. He's going to make the call. Dale with the ace-6, keeping that VPIP alive. Daryl with the Jack-9 on the button. He's going to call 10. And doing pretty good. Daryl flops a gutter ball. Looking for a queen for a straight. Coach missing that board almost entirely. A 5 on the turn. Not much help to any of these players here. Matt actually still best with ace high. Let's see a queen on the river here. Oh, it's a 10. Matt's ace-8 is best. Aces and 10s with a king kicker. Let's see if Matt decides to go for any value. I doubt it. That's going to check around to Dale, who's keeping the aggressive route. Dale could very well win. Oh, no. Daryl, sorry. Daryl bet. Using that position to his advantage, and he's going to take down a $75 pot as a result. And there we go, gentlemen and ladies watching. We do appreciate you checking us out. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the subscribes. We got, I believe this is going to be the last hand, actually. So thank you for watching, everybody. Thanks for checking us out. It's been a gauntlet of a stream. 4.5 hours. Charlie, I don't know how you do it.
We'll do it longer next week.
Okay, that's what she said.
That's what they like. But here, I'm going to tell you this. So we just ended the stream live, right?
Yes.
We're working off what happened 15 minutes ago. So in between this time, the first hand that you're not going to see on here,
Oh, no.
the first hand, there's $2,800 in the pot.
Holy.
So this just goes to show you, once the stream ends, the action gets even bigger here at KoJack's. We've got 1, 2 running. We've got 5 on the button, about to start a 10 on the button, round of each.
Whoa.
And here we go. Jack 10 deuce, 2 clubs, and Duplantis is loving this. Coach,
He does.
Coach
Coach's
is a little-
liking it.
He's a little light making that call pre-flop $40.
Yeah, but he gets a pair. Top pair on the flop.
Ian bets 40 with a pair of 10. Everybody got a piece of it. Nobody's dead. Ian is at 6% to win. King
There's
on the
a
turn.
king.
That 6 got cut in half right there, and Coach's equity went way up. That's not the black card that Duplantis was looking for, but that's a black card.
Yeah, he was looking for the other type.
I love watching how people handle their chips. Coach is not a chip shuffler. Look how he flips the top of his stack.
Uh-huh.
Either you're a chip shuffler or you're not a chip shuffler. Like Carter. Carter's in the chat. Deuce is Carter. Carter's in the chat. He's not a chip shuffler, but he does this weird like half cut, quick cut.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty spectacular. Duplantis is down to 9 outs.
All right,
He's got
Duplantis.
15 outs in the deck, but 9 of them are live.
And there we go. That's it, everybody. Charlie is out of here. Yeah, we got a lot of things going on here. We got a lot of tables going on here. We've got Aiden in the heezy right now. We just want to wish everybody well. Let's see here. Pull up a chair, my friend. We'll get this camera. There it is. That's the one.
Heyo.
Yeah, we just want to say thanks for joining us. This is the man right now. This is the guy who makes it happen. He was doing all of the graphical work and everything. It's a lot to keep up with. So
Messing up every bomb pot.
that's not even true. I saw that last one go off without a hitch. 4.5 hours, 4:38. And it looks like, no, his eyes are not bleeding just yet.
Not bloodshot quite yet.
But thanks for everything today, Aiden. And thank you for watching, everybody. We'll be back again next week. Are you going to be doing this as well?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, we'll play that one by ear. But thanks for checking us out. Come out and see us tomorrow for that bounty tournament. $200 entry, $3,000 guarantee. So we hope that you will see us out here. Either way, we'll be back at you sometime soon.